I'm not the best DJ. Happy Friday. I almost said happy Sunday. Oh my gosh. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. I think you're a little tilted because I was trying to kind of get a better view of not better view. What am I saying? Yeah, there you go. My head was like cut off. So I'll welcome anyone new that is watching on replay because no one's here right now, I think. But anyone that's new, I'm Arena. I always have to pause because otherwise it sounds like Marina. And I comment, react to stuff, really to stuff. Um, it can be celebrity, it can be, excuse me, general news, it can be, ooh, I want to talk about protein and fiber today. It can be like some random scientific studies or, you know, questions or whatever. So, yeah, review, react, analyze. Really, at the end of the day, it's all my opinion, unless there's something that I'm citing. So, in that case, it's their opinion or their facts. Anyways, trying to reach 500 because I'm curious what's on the other side of monetization. So I'm trying to reach 500 subscribers. So please subscribe if you have watched more than, let's say, 3 videos. And if you plan on watching more, which if you've watched 3 videos, I feel like it's a semi safe bet that you might watch more. Even partial videos, whatever, press subscribe. If not, then not. That's okay. I won't know in one way or another. I actually can't see who subscribes and who's not. Oh my gosh. I almost dropped my water on not my laptop exactly, but close. Um but yeah, I would highly appreciate that. That sounded so weird, but I really would appreciate that. I'm really curious. I'm really curious. And also I'm trying, but you don't know me anything at the end of the day. So, yes, but if you subscribe and if you enjoy this, I am so happy you're here. We are at 217 subscribers, and that was on Monday, I think. I was at 213. So, 4 subscribers. So, let's get that like fifth one tonight or tomorrow, because if you're watching this on replay, it's probably going to be tomorrow, or you're, joining in tonight later and going to the beginning. Um, and yeah, my ears also are very clogged. Actually, right now, no. But oh my gosh, I'm gonna wait for more. I'm gonna get out of the way these little tidbits, and then get into my very short review of the Karate Kid. But yesterday I went to see it, and oh my gosh, I felt like an old person. Hi, Maria. Because because I couldn't hear anything. And I was like pretending. I wasn't pretending and I could hear stuff, but it was definitely like a hearing challenge a lot. So my ears are a little better today, but earlier today it was like so hard. Um what is awesome though, Maria, the topic for today. I I I hesitated talking. I hesitate talking about this lady because she kind of scares me. I remember at the beginning, I thought I literally Lauren was saying something a few weeks ago or something, or maybe a couple weeks ago, and I was like, "Oh, what happened to that one psychologist?" And then she's, I guess, brought into the picture again. Oh gosh, but she scares me because for someone who can just blatantly lie, not just lie about this case. Oh, the subscribers, yeah. Thank you. I like that. I love that it's not just me in this. Like you guys are excited too. She scares me because what can someone who has no ethics, and we're going to talk, there's a clip from this podcast that I found of hers, just randomly trying to search for like things. I'm not. Hi, Maria. You are not late. I just started. Just started like 5 minutes ago. Um, but welcome, because it's been a few. But yeah. So I remember at the beginning when she was more in the media, more in the what did she say, and we kind of all, I think, boycotted her or just like chose not to listen to her anymore because I thought she went away, but she didn't, I guess. And this one podcast that I found, it's just beginning my dive into her because I don't know how long, but also just I didn't think about it honestly. This week I was sick, so I was sick at the end of last week, and then technically, inside joke, but technically I'm not sick right now, but it's like after you're sick and the stuff that gets left behind, like clogged ears and sinuses. And so, yeah, every time I um, rise up from the couch, that sounds so weird, I get like the pressure. And it was like stormy earlier, so I got like extra just pressure. And if I went like this, it was just so nice and so non pressury. So, it's kind of scary. But yeah, last night I was watching. Um, I went with someone, but yeah, I went to Karate Kid, and sorry, this is annoying me. And I could not hear. It was the most clogged I feel like it's been these 2 days. I feel like it's so, but I feel okay. I feel better than Friday and Monday. Did I do a Monday one? Where did this week go? Where did it go? What happened on Monday? I don't even remember. I did the Taylor Swift thing, right? That was Monday? Yeah, right? Did I do one Friday? Oh, I didn't do one Friday. I did a Thursday one. Okay, so you didn't see me in my worst, but I was still struggling on Thursday, last Thursday, and Monday. So, yeah, but today I should be good. Hi, Angela. Hi, Arnaldo. So yeah, but yeah, sorry for the late too. I mean, I think like this is our time anyways, but I was trying to let my parakeets have a little bit more not covered time to sleep because it's pretty much daylight until 9:30 now, so yeah. And almost last thing, one happy thing for my intro starters, my appetizers. Figs are in. If you're, I hate to do this to you, Maria, but if you're around a Trader Joe's and you like figs or you've not tried them, and you should try them, unless I think if you have a latex allergy or something, it might not be good because they're kind of part of the rubber family or something. I don't know. So check if you're not allergic, always. But yeah, I love figs, and they're in. It started today. Well, I don't know if today, but this week fig season started at Trader Joe's, so I was like super excited. um so I was watching Ashley Brianna Eve. It's, I'm not gonna lie, I understand people's frustration or whatever with excuse me, not frustrate, but yeah, frustration with these long videos that some of us do. I feel like with Lauren, because I'm actively there and she's usually reading things and she's entertaining. Not that, I mean, I hate to say that because other people are also entertaining, but just sometimes, I don't know, for something about Lauren, the Court of Random Opinion just kind of fit with my attention span aligning. But Ashley Brianna Eve, I really like her content. I want to watch more. I try to make lives more because they're easier to follow for me because there's like engagement in the chat, kind of like we have here, and blah, blah, blah. And she's like really, really sweet. I don't know. She comes across as a really nice person too. So that makes it like really nice. But She also, I think, does a lot. Like, I think she goes every day, for every day. So it's like hard to keep up, and it's hard to go back when you're not actively involved in the chat. So I feel for everyone watching on replay. I get it. And I'm trying to stay better on top of like clipping these longer ones, and also doing better at sticking to a topic or not going back and forth with a topic or whatever. So it's easier to cut the chunks down. So yeah. But I was watching her one video this week where she was saying that Blake Lively might be scrubbing the internet, sort of, that, her PR team or whoever, or honestly, it could be even just supporters that are reporting our content for whatever reasons to YouTube, and it can get taken down. And so I started thinking, this is not a large enough community, I feel like, especially chat wise, like live wise. Replay, yes, but like I feel like it's not big enough to switch it to like mailing list and like Zoom, cuz I might do that. We might do that. It might be like a whole new world out there where Zoom is going to have to become like a content creator platform. Because yeah, like platforms are hi April, it's been a minute. Yeah. um aw. Oh, that's so sweet, thank you so much. That's so nice. um yeah, now I'm like self-conscious, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna suck. So um but yeah, I appreciate that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so because like everything Dave Neal talks about this, anyone that really knows anything about content creation knows, go get a mailing list, meet with your people outside of these platforms that are run under an algorithm to like show you the videos that work. YouTube, because of the live and notifications, and usually not everyone that you follow goes live at the very same time. If you want that notification, it kind of works a little bit better than like Instagram. But although, I mean, in Instagram, really, the live also kind of shows up at the beginning. But it's, yeah, it might alter with how media gets to be kind of controlled in the future, in the current. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But this is also kind of a moment. So, yeah, I'll keep you informed if anything changes around that. But like I said, for me, especially as my little tiny channel, I can't really do much, off YouTube. As ChatGPT reminded me, like no one will like discover you that way. I'm like, thanks, yeah, thanks. Um, your whole vibe and energy. I try to stay away from parasocial stuff, but your views resonate, and I love this community. Oh, that's so. I goals. My goals are what you're saying. I mean, mine is the parasocial thing, which I still don't understand. That's a new concept for me. Not concept as like doing it. I think I've been having parasocial relationships because I think that's like everyone, but um the terminology and stuff, it's just like a few years since I heard about that. So, yeah. Yeah, I feel like that about like I think Lawrence. I get like yeah, Lauren's community. I don't There's so many now, but still I feel like it's still like kind of a core group, and it's just like the views like you're saying. Anyways, I don't know what am I trying. I'm trying to excuse bluntly, I'm trying to excuse you liking me to myself. Like, it's not really me. It's like, yeah, I understand. Yeah, anyways, I should just take the compliment. Thank you. Um Oh yeah, Stan. Yeah. And ship and standing and parasocial the same thing? Because I was watching Ginny and Georgia, well, not the show, I've finished that one. Amazing show. Amazing show. but I was watching someone talk about it on YouTube, and she was using ship. I don't ship them, and I'm like, I know what it means, but I also like, huh? Yeah, Stan. I also wasn't. I was too old for Stan, but because of Eminem, which is where I believe it originates from that song, then I think I understand it the best. Uh, and sorry, I'm gonna like take away my microphone because I'm still I'm trying to breathe and not breathe into the microphone loudly. So then you recommend? Did I recommend Sirens? Um. Oh, well, I guess I didn't understand shipping. That's interesting. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I guess like yeah, I don't know where that came from. That's interesting. I have started seeing there was like I think a trailer to a movie that was so or like a commercial to a show something in the past 24 hours that I was like no, it was at the movie theater yesterday something. I was like oh, the Coca-Cola commercial with I don't know her name I don't know, but someone, anyways, they're girls driving in the car and they're singing to the song, which I'm assuming is the person that pulled up next to them, her song. Is it Taika? I don't know. Anyways, and that basically I'm also representing how I felt in that moment, which it wasn't the first time I saw that commercial, but I feel like, whoa, I'm displaced quite far from the new generation. Like they have their own different language, and suddenly I felt really old. Not really, but that moment where you're like really don't even know to understand them. There was another thing that was somewhere. Oh, I think it was a comedian that was talking to Gen Zs in Gen Z language. I forget what it was because I feel like this is pretty common anyways, but and I did not understand almost anything. It was just literally a whole different language and everyone was laughing and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, it's happening. I'm too old. I'm too old." That song is wild for sure. Um, yeah, that is 100% parasocial relationship stuff. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, that song is so sad. But in a way, I almost want to say Eminem's and anyone's really the most beautiful song because it says that phenomenon so well. It says it so well. Is that English, Arena? It really is so effective imagery and story, and it's such a beautiful song because it's really a whole story and unexpected ending and yeah, I don't know. I love that song. It's not my favorite Eminem song, but I feel like it should be now that I think about it because it's really, really beautiful. Yeah. Anyways, not in like obviously it's a really sad one and all that stuff, but a beautiful songwriting, beautiful, um, and effective art. Yeah. Um. Okay. Did you also watch Sirens? I started Sirens and I just wasn't in the mood for it at that day. I should pick it back up. Um, Men recommended Georgia and Ginny. I trust your taste. Awesome. I mean, everyone's taste is not for everyone. So if it like matches with you, I really love that. And so, yeah, I I think things that we've like clicked on like different things. Yeah. So I'm also curious if you're watching anything else now that I haven't watched. Um, do you appreciate that? Eminem did respond and acknowledge him. It reminds me of that film Swarm, loosely based on the Beehive. Oh, I don't think I even heard of that. I'll have to like check that out. Um, yeah, yeah. It's be careful. You know, can't do more than one thing. Be careful what you attach yourself to. I mean, and people are talking a lot about that around Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, but I feel like there was something else beforehand. Oh, it was like when I started watching the whole Diddy coverage a year ago, like when it all started going down. Okay, awesome. I do have Prime. I'll watch that. And I remember that one guy that I showed you, he was saying like he always says to people, be careful of attaching yourself of that parasocial relationship stuff, of attaching yourself too much to a celebrity or a celebrity couple or whatever, because people break up and then people are like their day is ruined because of it, or people, are accused of things and then you're like world is like turned upside down from it, or you don't believe it because like no, not this person that I really love, it can't be true, and all this stuff. And I'll give it to Dr. Leslie Dobson in this podcast that I'll show you in a bit. She does talk about how I don't think every celebrity is fake and narcissistic. I don't think that for a second. Because there's a lot of celebrities and there's not that many people that fit that description. But I do think that everyone is flawed, and whether it's celebrity or, I mean, every single person that we like, that we go on a date with or have a crush on or whatever, like in real life, much less celebrity life, every single person will disappoint us. And they're not perfect and they're not 100% fully aligned with us. And I think it's important not only to talk about that as far as like parasocial relationships, but like general relationships. There's at least in my understanding, based on the coaching that I've learned, the integrated attachment style coaching, um if there's like the different stages of relationship, and one stage that you cannot bypass is the um oh my gosh, I can't, oh my gosh, brain, come on. Come online. uh oh my goodness, I don't know. The words power and control come to mind, but that is not the the thing. Oh my gosh, what's the name of it? Um, I'll just describe it anyways. But that stage is where I've also had a therapist that has learned imago therapy, which is more spiritual based therapy, and he also talks about it in the kind of power struggle stage. And so like whether you call it power struggle stage, I think they both call it that way, but anyways, there's this moment where it goes from being a semi superficial relationship, like you're liking, honeymoon phase, whatever, to like, crap, this is not a perfect person. And there are things about this person that I do not like. And in imago therapy, especially, they talk about how the things that you really fell for this person, or things that you really appreciated or liked, maybe got attracted to them for that reason, um suddenly become the things that you just hate them for. Like, if they are, if you love them because they're patient at the beginning, and then it turns into like, but man, they're too patient, and I hate that, like, get mad sometimes. Or it makes me think of like Schitt's Creek with can't think of the name, but gosh, my brain is going to have its ups and downs today for sure. But the sister, oh my gosh, David and Alexis and the vet guy, and they were at the diner, restaurant, food place, and he would not send the food back, and she got so mad, like, do something, like, don't be so nice. But that is also, I mean, well, technically I think she liked him because she was trying to get away from liking the other guy. But oftentimes it kind of happens like that, where the thing that you like that person for, um, is like just drives you crazy. Maybe you don't hate them for it, but it drives you crazy. So the power struggle phase. I don't even remember how I started down this road, but there you go. I don't even know. Really don't know how that went down that road. Parasocial relationships. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Because everyone is going to fail in your eyes and your expectation of who they are. That is not a quote that is just something that sounds actually like it should be a quote. But yeah, I yeah. So like be prepared of that. And yeah, I think maybe we're too padded. Like, padding, like we don't have it hard enough in life. Maybe. I don't know. That takes a lot of management and emotional regulation. Yeah. Uh yeah. Which is funny, something that this lady talks about. I cannot call her a doctor, and I was watching um Kirsty and Lauren talk, and I think Kirsty believed that she's a doctor, like a medical doctor, but she's a doctor in kind of the PhD way, but really even PsyD, which PsyD, funny, is like not necessarily. It's an interesting degree because I almost got a PsyD, and it's a newish degree. It's an interesting one. So yeah, but she's, technically she graduated with that, so she has that, technical title. Um, but also, spoiler alert, as far as I could find, and maybe I couldn't find it better, but she's not registered with APA, American Psychology Association. So I don't know if she ever was registered. But yeah, I'll get into that. But she also talks about management of emotions, emotional regulation, et cetera, et cetera. And how, I don't know, she's hit and miss with things. Like some things she gets right. It's who said that a broken clock can be right twice a day or something. I think it's kind of like that. But she I don't know, she just worries me because you're messing with people's mental health. You're messing with the justice system because she's a forensic psychologist, and she goes on the stand for people, and then I will show a clip of her talking about how unethical she views that though. So it just really, she worries me as a person. Like, what would she do to me? I don't know why. I don't know. So like it's just, yeah, but here we go. But a secure attachment style for a minute. That's awesome. Find myself falling back into anxious avoidant. Ooh, that's my jam. That's me. I call it fearful avoidant, anxious avoidant. This what was the other one? Disorganized attachment is like the old school way, I think. Yeah, that one's hard. Hang in there. I had a boyfriend like that. He is a good friend now. Oh, you have the best tangents. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, because we're Americans. Yeah. Yep. Um my gosh, so much to say. I really want to keep on track too. But yeah, so as far as the anxious avoidant or attachment style, go check out personaldevelopmentschool.com unless you want to talk to me directly as a coach for free right now, because I'm not set up for like money taking and all that. But personaldevelopmentschool.com is where I learned to be a coach. So they're awesome. They have worksheets. You can work through that, communication, all that stuff. And it's something that I really still love very much. And every time like I get onto that tangent or someone, well, you're, I think, the first person to mention it directly. I just get so excited. I'm like, oh my gosh, can I just talk about this the whole time? I did like one of the videos, oh gosh, months ago on the Bachelor couple, Rachel Kirkconnell and Matt James. And that was like, I don't know that it was my favorite video because I was also like early, not experienced, not that I'm experienced now, but I feel like it was like, not my best work. Not that right now is my best work. You know what I mean? It was early days, so it was like not the best anyways, but I really did enjoy it. Enjoyed talking about that so much, and especially around fearful avoidant, anxious avoidant, disorganized attachment, because we are an interesting bunch. And I think it drives people crazy because if you're like anxious attached, it's pretty simple. You're basically clinging on. Very like that's a very superficial, very, very, very summarized way of saying it. And then if you're avoidant attachment, then you're basically pushing away. And if you're anxious avoidant, fearful avoidant, disorganized, well, you're disorganized. You're like clinging, you're pushing, you have no boundaries until you have strong boundaries. You are just someone's like, I don't know what to do with this. And um yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Um and like, I think a lot of times too it can like create insecurity in other people too, or just, yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I'm sorry too, because yeah, people definitely trigger things in us. So yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. I just want to talk so much more about it, but I'm trying to like minimize it because really want to get to this crazy topic too. And I don't know why. I mean, this is our time, so I can talk about whatever comes up. And sometimes I love that aspect of it, but I also like feel guilty if I'm like, oh, let me go down this tangent. This is revealing Tonight is revealing a lot about my insecurities on here and as a person. um So when you say, Angel, when you say that you had a boyfriend like that, um, like the insecure attachment style thing, or whatever else we were talking about, I don't know. Sorry, I'm behind. Um, oh, and then the American thing, yes. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now it's getting hard. Right now it's getting hard for every American. Not yet. I don't think it's there yet, but it's getting there. And older generations had it hard, and so it was like different. But yeah, like I think the 90s, 80s babies, 90s babies, obviously, the further you go, the more padded people have been. And my cousin actually had this theory that, because he was from Europe, and so when he came here, he's like, it's so interesting because people here seem like immature at ages differently than like in Europe. In Europe, people seem much more mature at earlier ages, and here people seem less mature at older ages. And so like in your 20s in Europe, you're like pretty mature. Um you're still a 20-year-old person, but different. And then here, like even in your 30s, people can be so immature. Like when I think we were talking a lot about relationships, um not only, but yeah, and how people treat relationships, or how like they go into it or whatever. Or yeah, I don't know. And he was theorizing that it could be because people have had it relatively really easy here, and there are parts of society that have had it worse than others and have had generational trauma. But I mean, no, but um I think in general though, it has been like people here, even poor people, have more than other places of the world. Like, I think a lot of the world is has it a lot harder than even when you have it hard here. Um, but it's not a competition. I also want to say that because it's not about like, oh, well, we have it harder this way. It's not about that. But I think it does pad you a little bit, and it creates just different things, different issues. Um, I also think that America, it's not just that, but I think America, just like the foundation of it, of maybe like Puritanism or whatever, it's very dismissive, avoidant. It's very like every man is an island and no one is there for each other, even though there is. It's like kind of maybe not so dismissive. It's dismissive leaning, but probably anxious because it's like, but everyone's there for each other, but they're not. Everyone's out for themselves. Um, I don't know. There's just like this ultra independence that goes into the US culture that you can feel it. People who come here from many different parts of, maybe not all different parts of the world, like feel like, ooh, something's different here. There's no community here. I can't find community. And they find community with people that come from where they come from, because in the US, like, you don't really have community. The community is like maybe your family. It's so yeah. And I also just saw Trevor Noah talk about how the US kind of has taken away community in order to like sell you community. Like, they now you have to buy someone who cleans your house, someone who cooks, or you go to restaurants, whatever. Like, you have to buy all these people. Whereas before, like, or like in other parts of the world, it is a little bit more like you have friends, you have family, you have like, neighbors and things that do different things. I don't know. I meant to watch that. I didn't. I just watched the clip and it made sense, but saying it, like, yeah, I don't have it well enough. Whew. I always like hold my breath talking, and because I can't really breathe through my nose, it's like more taking the wind out of me. Sorry, it's not you. Every time, like, I've been yawning so much because I try to pop my ears, and now I'm like yawning. Thankful for my immigrant Jamaican father that low-key taught me to hate the American way of life. Yeah, sometimes that's the way. Sometimes I can relate to that as a Romanian. We have our judgments, let's say. I think that living here for so long, I do get protective of America and Americans, but I also like, I guess in that same way, I'm thankful to have a different perspective, and also know, like, to balance it out and know, like, I'll protect this, but like I can't protect that. I can't defend that, or yeah. And then wanting, like, knowing, even though it's like really painful, because for me it's been hard to find like community, but knowing that exists out there in the world, like, it's not something that's like dreams are made of this. um I've been speaking a lot in songs lately, but yeah. um Sorry, I'm like so out of breath. I don't want to lose him because I actually like, oh, I can so relate to that. Listen to Personality Hacker with Joel and Antonia. Oh, I'll have to check them out. Um, yeah. Okay, you're giving me like cool things to check out tonight. Well, I'm not tonight, but you're giving them tonight. What am I saying? Um, I wrote their name instead of the podcast. I'm guessing it's a podcast. um, Title. Okay, Personality Hacker. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm so curious what they say. It makes me want to like do more videos on that. All right, okay. Anyways, moving on to the topics. Also, ChatGPT. I don't use it. Well, no, I use it a lot more than I used it before, but I don't use it for everything. But I want to turn it on. I want to turn off the feature that like is very people pleasing. It is so annoying. Every time that I ask it something, it's way too polite. Like I've always been the person like just give it, just answer my question. That's all. I'm not asking you to like go all around it. Just answer my question. And I feel like ChatGPT is you have to be really like boundaries. You have to like really give it your boundary. Like, hey, my boundary is don't people please me. Don't go all around until you get to the topic. Just go straight to the topic. Because it always says, like, oh, you're asking the right questions now. Oh, this is, what I'm talking about. I don't think it ever said that, but basically things like that. So when I was researching the protein thing, or no, I was research. Yeah, I kind of, this is my research so far. Again, early days into Leslie Dobson, but I was curious, like, hey, ChatGPT, does she have degrees? Where are they from? And I'll talk about that. Um, and yes. So if you're watching on replay, although chat, feel free to also drop it in the chat. But if you're watching on replay, especially, no one does this, but I really highly appreciate if you want to drop a dolphin in the chat, in the comments below. Um, in, I need to find a better way to say that, better phrasing for that. But yeah. And then before, like, one of the last final things, which is like a topic but a starter, is the movie of the week, the show of the week. I've been watching show wise Younger, which I mean, it's not the best television. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to help me go to sleep. Or like if I wake up in the middle of the night or something, it's okay. It has Hilary Duff in it, an MTV production. If that tells you everything, it kind of should tell you something. It is not like a piece of art, but it's cool. It's digestible. It's digestible. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I can relate too, but not really at all. Actually, no. Just yeah, no. Anyways, excuse me. I will be watching Materialist and Life of Chuck next week, and How to Train Your Dragon, although that I don't really feel like I need to talk that much about How to Train Your Dragon, and that's like pending. Um, but Materialist seems to be on the top of everyone's list, like the best movie of the past 40 years or something. I'm like, really? And it's supposedly not a rom com, which I thought it was. So I was like, oh, great, like something nice and fluffy, and I can, just go to the movies and enjoy it because I had $5 off, $5 off. And so Materialist I got basically for $1. And then the Life of Chuck I got, I think, for $2 or something. So yeah. Yeah, I'll let you I'll let you know how those go. I'm watching Life of Chuck on Monday, so I'll have more on that Monday, and then the other one on Friday. And then Karate Kid yesterday. I had high hopes for this. I really thought it was going to be like fantastic. One thing that I appreciated about it was that it seemed, at least to my inexperienced eye, that it was filmed on film. And so it had that kind of feel of the first one, or I think it's been like a couple, right? But it had that original feel to it of those um early ones, early movies in the 90s and stuff that were shot on film. And it seemed, maybe they used drone, but it didn't seem very droney except for a couple of of moments. But um yeah. Um I think it was rushed and slow. It was both. Like I remember at one point I'm like, when are we getting to the story? And I mean, I guess technically we're watching the story, but I don't know, it just felt like it wasn't starting. But at the same time, it felt rushed because it felt like every bit of it was not well developed. It didn't sit in each moment. This is my opinion. It just kind of brushed through the moments. And so that's what felt rushed about it. But I was expecting a lot Jackie Chan and whatever the guy's name is. Is it Ralph Macchio or something? I don't know. But I was expecting them like sooner. And yeah, they were not soon enough. It was okay. It was, I guess, like also I was talking about rom coms. I wasn't in the mood, I guess, or in the mindset of, oh, I'm gonna watch a rom com. I'm watching Karate Kid. To me, that's not a rom com. So it was a lot more about that. And also, I don't really, obviously, can't really relate to teenagers rom comming. So yeah, I don't know. I was just more uncomfortable with that. I think because my expectations were so totally different. And I was like, can we just get to the story of the fighting and I don't know, something else? Yeah. Yeah. But it was like cool that it was kind of a 90s like movie. Kind of, I guess. I don't know. It felt a little bit like the MTV show Younger. Felt kind of like that, which is like it just didn't feel substantial. Like the storyline, the story, the writer or the editors, but I think it was in the writing that unless they cut a lot of the writing, um it just it needed more. It needed more. And it had the time because it was a short movie, technically. It was an hour and 30 minutes, I think I was watching on the where it tells you the minutes of the movie. So it had the time. Like push for that 2 hours. It's okay. It's okay. So I don't know. Would I recommend it? Uh ooh, I actually this one's a tough one. I don't know. If you're young, I think it I have no idea. I'm not in touch with the young people. But I imagine because it's with young people that you might find that part relatable or like how, back in the day, back in my day, I found it relatable, when it was young people. Even if it wasn't technically. Um I think the first one was better. Even like I saw the first one, the first Karate Kid for the first time in 2020 and I liked it more. So, I don't know. Mm, yeah, but this one had Jackie Chan, which I love. So, 50-50. I'm 50-50 on the recommendation for this one. I don't know yeah, I don't know that I would say, "Oh, go ahead and pay for it in theaters." Like it didn't seem, and that was the other thing. Like it seemed like it would be really a good theater movie. But I don't know why it didn't seem that way. I mean, again, it wasn't bad. I struggled saying that cuz like I don't know, I just felt like underwhelmed. It was okay. It was okay. I'm glad that I watched it. I'm glad that I went. But like recommending other people to go, I'm at like right in the middle, 50-50 on that one. So yeah, I don't get into sequels or prequels. Oh my gosh, prequels. Yeah. The Star Wars prequels were cool. Not the first one. The first one was boring, but because also it was like just a very different format, but I think those were like good standalone prequels. But yeah, sequels and prequels, tough to do. Tough to do. Um, so yeah. Anyways, that's Karate Kid. And I'll let you know about the other ones. All right. I have a Taylor Swift thing. Oh yeah, just a quick Taylor Swift situation. It's not even about her, but Popcorn Planet released a Taylor like song that was supposed to be in like Taylor inspired or Taylor like. That's I think it was called I'm Not Your Dragon or something. And I was like, this is not Taylor. Like, did these people listen to Taylor Swift? This is way too simplistic. It's probably AI generated, but it's way simplistic in the structure of the song. In the recent times, even Reputation, though, since Reputation, Taylor has taken risks with song structure. And this is just too rhymey, so simple. It's just like such a simple song. So that's my where is it? I didn't pull it. I didn't even bring it up. That's my little like. I don't know why it just got to me. It just really got to me. I'm like, come on, and I feel like there are more Taylor fans than I am at this time, and I don't know. I got that cringing feeling from it. Like, ooh, no. And also, this is my take on it. On that is that if Taylor Swift, I've said this, okay, so a couple of things. I said my personal Sagittarius opinion. um, no, but like I think that if Taylor would make a, okay, sorry. I think she might, I don't know that she held off on releasing Reputation, Taylor's version, because of this whole drama that was behind the scenes that we didn't even know until December. I don't know that, especially because it's so confusing as to their specific timeline. I don't think, I guess technically I don't think that she was waiting for that. However, I think there is, I can see how she would put a track or two that weren't originally written back then, but they fit so well with Reputation based on what's happening now. Because I don't know for sure, but I've heard from Swift people, Swifties, that know her better, that she has done that with these other Taylor versions. She would include songs that maybe weren't exactly written before that specific album was released, but they were in that same era, that same vibe, and so forth. So that's been my prediction, that there could be something that would be related to all of this. I don't think directly, and I don't think, this is my second personal opinion. I don't think that she would say that it would be something along the "I'm not your dragon." I think that's projection from these people that say that, and it's not just Andy and Kim. Because again, I just is hearing, one of the things that I love about Taylor Swift, or the way that she writes, co-writes, etc., is just the complexity of her songwriting, and that it's just unpredictable. It's not like formulaic. It's not, rhyme A, rhyme B, rhyme A, rhyme C, and then you have the verse and the chorus and whatever. And it's very creative. And so that's for one. And two, so I think like the metaphor would be a lot more there than just like on its face. And also, I think, hello, do we remember, for anyone who knows, who like remembers Taylor Swift Reputation era, where she owned the snake that people were calling her to be, and she kind of took that and let that empower her. And you know I forget the word for that, but like when someone just like takes, if you call them a bad name, like they take it and like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna, like the C word for women, which I'm not gonna say because I don't know, YouTube regulations and all that stuff. But, and for people it is offensive. I don't get any offense from it because I don't know it. The first time I heard it was from Erica Jane on Desperate Housewives, Housewives of Beverly Hills, and I was like, and told that was a bad word. I'm like, why? What does that even mean? I have no idea about any of it. So, yeah, I've since learned more, but I still, like, it doesn't affect me at all, cuz it's like, imagine if I would say like blah blah. And it was like, oh, that's an insult in some weird language because I just made that noise up. And you're like, okay, cool. Like, doesn't affect me. I don't feel anything about it because I don't know it, So it's kind of like that. But some people really get triggered by the C word. But some women like really take that and high P and use that to empower themselves with it. So that's what I think if Taylor would write a song about this, and at one point she will, one way or another. But if she writes a song about this, it's not going to be I'm not your dragon. It's probably going to be okay, yeah, I am your dragon, but you thought that you had me on a leash, but I'm no. Like it was the other way around. So I started my own little track and so out of breath. Oh my gosh. Um, and I'm not gonna sing it for you. And it's in even what I wrote, it's also so simplistic, but I like it. I might make like my own song from it because yeah, why not? But it's basically like you thought that you had me, but it was the other way around. Like yeah, I'm the dragon, but like who's? I mean, think about that. Is a human being Khaleesi, was she like technically the stronger one, or these like massive dragons that were like she was like this big to them? Like technically, who's the stronger one? Who's the better one? So anyways, so that would be my guess. But yeah, they did release that song. Whew, 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 whew. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry. It took years for the Star Wars prequel. Yeah. I mean, for this too, there's been a lot. When they're remaking so many things, walking into the movie theater, I know what you did last summer, or I still don't know what you did last summer, or I still know. I still don't know what you did last summer. That should be the parody version. I still know what you did last summer was the sequel, I think. So I think it's just like they remade the first one. I know what you did last summer. I'm like, why are you that not creative, Hollywood, that you're literally like, oh, you know what we should do, remake everything from the 90s, yeah, and early 2000s, like we should make all of those, especially for horror. I don't think you need to remake anything for horror, so, or whatever it's called for that one. So yeah, but the Star Wars, I mean, the Star Wars world in general is like really. What do we think about the latest stuff though? I can't get into the latest stuff. I think it's like mass manufactured. But I feel like the first ones and then the prequels, technically the second ones, I think they were really thought out. They had a purpose. They had, the imagery, the vision of whatever his name is, I forget. And they had like spirituality behind them, and they just had that purpose. They had like a grounding, and I think now it's more about like the fun stuff. I don't know, but I haven't seen it. I saw like a couple, and I saw commercials for the TV show or TV shows or something. I don't know. And that's the other thing. There's too many. There's way too many Star Wars things. Like Moon Knight or whatever, I think was part of it. And or yeah. And what was the other one? I don't know, there's too many TV shows around Star Wars. It's like oversaturated. Like just choose one, just stick to one. But I also didn't like the movie, the newer movies either, so I don't know. Oh my gosh. Sorry. I know her, but I have never listened to her music. Not my cup of tea. Yeah. Um, yeah. I Are you bored at me, Maria? Um, yeah, with Taylor, I got into the Lover era because we're like two bees in a pod having kind of similar experiences. Lover Reputation for me came after Lover as far as experience. Um and then yeah, the Folklore, Exile. I believe that everyone should listen to the song Exile, and even if you don't think it's like it, whether or not you like Taylor Swift, I think everyone should listen to Exile. And I think that if people listen to it without knowing it's Taylor, it would be like best, because I think it's one of the like top 10 songs of all time. And supposedly, apparently, written, co-written, initially, wrote, written, whatever, by what's his name, Joe Alwyn. So yeah, but it's really, really, really beautiful. Oh, I forgot that I yawned. Yeah, I'm trying to like, yeah, control it. Um, but yeah, Exile, Taylor Swift. That was on Folklore album. Um, it's what's that guy's name? I don't know. It's a duet. Bon Iver, whatever. It's with him, and I don't know. It's just like haunting. I yeah, it like freaked me out when I heard it at that time. I had to snap myself out of like depression. Like I felt it. I let it take me there where it went, and I felt it, and I was like, yeah, I needed to literally, not literally. How would you even snap yourself? But like, yeah, I needed to like just kind of bring myself back to it, because yeah, to like world, because it really was like whoa. I only saw the prequel and sequel of Star Wars. Yeah, I just saw like a couple new ones. Like the first of the new ones was like cool, and I was like, oh yeah, spirituality. And then the second one, I just kind of lost me, and yeah. Anyways, but yeah, that was like the Taylor Swift stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna play a little bit. Here's Andy, because I don't know. It's available on all streaming platforms, which also made me think, let me make my own. One thing that I don't, that like instantly, and like I couldn't even think of that, is because I feel like it's disrespectful to Taylor Swift as a songwriter, as an artist at heart, as someone who can put myself in Taylor's shoes, like her, not like her, but as the creator, the creative Taylor Swift, and put myself in her shoes. So to me, this, I would not like necessarily seeing this. I can also see like, oh, it can be funny or whatever, but I just feel empathetically that she's had so many people speak for her. And this is like, it's a gray area, but I don't know. I can also see how this might not feel very nice. So yeah, but I'm like, part of me now wants to make my own version of this song and say, oh yeah, and you can just buy it. YouTube world is so interesting every day.
You kiss the fire,
every day something
then
new.
blame the kiss. When it was you who started all of this, you won't rewrite me. The truth is out. The spell is broken. Let the world hear me shout. You twist the story up, but now I know the plot. You tried to erase me, but I never forgot. I held the line, you play pretend, but this is where your reign will end. You can shame me and ghost me and mess with my placement, but I won't be kept in the basement.
I see what they did. I was like, what are we seeing? And it just like with the flower shop, it like, oh yeah, they went to all the places. And also with the AI like making it sound like Taylor, I don't know. Like they're bold doing this. I don't know. I don't feel very, I don't know. I feel kind of uncomfortable that they did this. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even like a Swifty. I'm not. I don't know. It just, I don't know. Anyways, moving on. Couple quick Blake Lively things before the pièce de résistance. Still can say that semi correctly. Not actually golden. She had some interesting things recently. The latest thing that was just a few hours ago or a couple hours ago, she was talking about how Jed Wallace had some fact issues. There's some things like he said that he's the only street relations employee that worked on this whole thing. But then in the emails, he was talking about him and his team are like handling it or whatever. And he didn't say handling it. I forget the exact words. And so she pointed that out. And then some other ones I didn't really. It was hard to follow, but sorry. Yeah. So that's like, I don't know. She got very excited because I think from like a lawyer point of view, like it was exciting, but um, yeah. And then the other part or the other video that she did, she said that not everyone who makes a bad decision or a decision we don't like, sorry, a decision we don't like is necessarily making a bad decision, a biased, wrong, corrupt person. And this is paraphrasing her words. And I agree with that. And I've said that about the judge too. And I've said, like, I don't know. I don't know. I hear what people are saying about him potentially being biased and stuff, have their ties, their connections, whatever. But just because someone has connections doesn't mean that they're biased. And then Omar also said, but also it's the perception that also matters. Even if you are not biased, but the perception can be that way, then it's like kind of good enough to be challenged on that. And yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. So I've said this from, the moment that came really into question. And I think that's why, because the moment people kind of turned on the judge was when he had that, affidavit thing that Brian Freeman did, stricken from the record. And everyone was like, oh, he has to be corrupt or he has to be biased or whatever. And to me, I think my initial thought was, hold up, because this is, I think that was the first decision that the judge made that was unfavorable or not very likable for Justin supporters. And just because I don't like it, I don't want to just call a sheep a wolf if they're not a wolf, but they're just a sheep that does something that's different. That's a really weird analogy. I don't know if that analogy even extends up to, I don't know what I just said, but yeah, like I, yeah. And I remember thinking, like, this is a challenge for myself and for others too, and the viewers here and so forth, that, how else can we see this? Just because he made a decision that we don't like, how else can we see it? Because it's challenging our critical thinking in everything that we feel like we do better than the other side. The critical thinking part and the, like, not being kind of driven by emotion per se. Although we all are driven by emotion, but that's again a topic for another time. Um, but we don't want to be biased. We don't want to be um blind, just, to have a myopic view of things that, it should be just the way that we like it to be. And if we get presented with something that we don't like, we have to, like, somehow find holes through it. And so that's been how I viewed this, the decisions that he's made, good or bad to us, like feeling that feel good or bad to us, or whatever side, is like, okay, let me take a step back and, how else can I see this other than, like, oh, he's corrupt, he's biased. But I hear that too, like, yeah, it's possible. I don't know. There are a few filings in the court. Judge Lyman's decision on the Taylor Swift communications basically, no. Like, you're not going to have that be protected or have a protective order around that. So that's going to be interesting. Um, I don't understand if it's text messages from Blake's phone or from Taylor's phone. Um, I don't know if it matters because if they get the phone records, those are, you can delete them in your actual phone. But I remember going on the phone carrier website. You can see, I believe you can see like every text message. So they're not untraceable. They're not deletable from, like, they don't just disappear from everything. Um, but I might be wrong about that. So yeah. And he also there was also another decision on Matthew Mitchell's subpoena. It was a third party subpoena, and let me breathe. Actually, I don't know that it's this one. Was it this one? 355. No, 356. This one. Um, third party. So Blake Lively moves to leave to serve third party Matthew Mitchell by alternative means pursuant to federal blah 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 blah. The motion is granted. Mitchell was a senior vice president at Jones Work, Baldoni, and Wayfair's public relations firm. The Wayfair parties have stated that he was involved in handling the public relations crisis Baldoni and Wayfair faced around the time of the release of It Ends With Us. And Lively sought to serve Mitchell with a Rule 45 subpoena via a process server beginning on May 5th, 2025. The process server attempted service at Mitchell's last known address on 8 separate occasions. That's a lot of occasions, at various times by various means. Neighbors stated they were unfamiliar with Mitchell and did not know if he lived at that address. Lively's counsel attempted to call a telephone number the Wayfair parties provided for Mitchell, and the outgoing voicemail message indicated that the number was associated with Mitchell. Um, I will say that I don't listen. Like, good luck. If you're leaving a voicemail, good luck. If you're calling me and not leaving a voicemail, there is no way on this planet that you'll ever hear back from me because I don't know who you are. I don't know this random phone number. And, you get so many spam and all that stuff. If you're leaving a voicemail, I'll get it eventually, but I don't listen to my voicemails, and most people don't. Um, but it's tough because then for something legal, like, how are you going to get in touch with the person if you can't find them at the physical address or the phone number? Email, also good luck. Text message might work the best. Um, yeah, it's hard. So yeah, it just like makes me think like this might be, more nefarious, or it might just be like just a show of the times that we are more connected than ever, and yet more disconnected than ever, harder to reach than ever. So it's so weird. That is like a lot of times though. 8 times through separate means and at various times. That's crazy. Um so how turn of its service must be reasonably calculated to ensure the witness actually receives the subpoena. And how can you ensure that? Uh, through social media, after email, mail, publication. Oh, and mail, good luck with that. I haven't opened my email in a long time. I feel for me is really like send me a text message. If you send me a text message, I'll probably get it the best way. Yeah. But then I will also like argue spam. So yeah, man, it's hard. It's freaking hard. It's freaking hard to get in touch with people. Anyways, So I guess they're going to try his LinkedIn, last known residence. Um, so putting the document there, mailing it, sending a copy of it via LinkedIn. Uh, Also, good luck. Why not like Facebook, Instagram? I don't know. Like, excuse me, LinkedIn? How many people actually use LinkedIn daily? Attempting to contact Mitchell at the telephone number provided. Um, well, I wish them luck because it's been 8 times, and I wish them luck. I am so curious now. I am so curious if they'll get in touch with this guy. I forgot my dog is here. She just looked up for a second. I was like, oh yeah. So that's one of them, and then this was it? Which one was it? 357, which was this is the communications, Taylor Swift communications. Um The Wayfair party's cross motion is also denied. Okay, sorry. Let me like scan through it a little bit better, although, you probably heard it from other people. Blake Lively moves for a protective order. I wish this monitor would be brighter. From producing documents responsive to request number, those numbers. The Wayfarer parties oppose the motion and cross move for an order compelling Lively to produce documents responsive to these requests and certain other requests for production, which he, I guess, denied the opposing motion to cross move. Lively moves to file a reply to the opposition and cross motion. The motion to file a reply is granted. Lively's motion for a protective order is denied, and the Wayfarers party's cross motion for an order to compel is denied. The federal rule of civil procedure. I mean that, and isn't that fair? Like the other stuff. Like, okay, I don't know, but like, um, yeah, I think it's like it's so fair to be like, no, Taylor, because the judge at that hearing, he had said that things that are relevant to this case need to be included. Like the attorney's eyes only thing, and lively lawyers wanted everything to be attorney's eyes only, basically. And the judge was like, no, this is a public case, yes, and the public has interest in it, and I'm not going to do that because it's relevant to the case. Like, if it's relevant to the case, it's going to stay unless public or whatever, unless with redactions available. He didn't say that, but like that's always the case, unless it's like one of those like top things like medical documents and things like that are very protected. So it fits into what he was saying at the beginning. So the federal rules of civil procedure provided for broad discovery, and also this is not even for us. This is just like period. Like these are very relevant. I mean, excuse me. We have on video, almost said on tape. We have on video Isabella Ferrer mentioning Taylor Swift being involved. We have Blake Lively mentioning Taylor Swift was involved in decision making for this movie, and how she was with her every step of the way of this movie. And so whether or not Taylor was actually involved or this was what Blake was saying, and how much of that will be released and how much of that will be, protected, sort of, that's another story. But like, there is no reason to issue a protective order because Taylor Swift has nothing to do with it when you said that she has something to do with it. And yes, like Wayfair mentioned Taylor's name first, technically, right? I think so. In the legal filings, but like it's all over the internet, you mentioning her name throughout the whole process. So like, where do you think they got that from, besides also their text messages? So the federal rules of civil procedure provide for broad discovery of information for the purpose of assisting in the preparation and trial or the settlement of litigated disputes. Um, oh, this is quoting from their own lawsuit. Okay. Under this is I almost wanted to say this is how long this has been going on, but it's only been a few months. Under Federal Rule of Procedure of Civil Procedure 26, parties may obtain discovery regarding any non-privileged matter that is relevant to any party's claim or defense and proportional to the needs of the case. However, a court may limit discovery if the discovery sought is unreasonably cumulative or duplicative, irrelevant, or unduly burdensome. Lively relies on the fact that the Wayfair parties previously attempted to subpoena Swift, then withdrew the subpoena and made public statements that they had everything that they needed. She accordingly argues that, which someone was saying, technically they didn't. We don't know who made those statements to the media. She accordingly argues that either the Wayfair parties never needed communications between Swift and Lively, in which case the Swift RFPs are irrelevant, or the Wayfair parties have already received the communications, in which case the Swift RFPs are duplicative. Sorry, I doubted actually saying that word. Each of these arguments is unavailing. The Wayfair parties have not yet received any communications between Lively and Swift, so the request to Lively is not duplicative. I think I also missed some things, because how does anyone... they said that, right? Maybe the Wayfair parties? Anyways. And the Swift RFPs are relevant. Lively herself has identified Swift as someone likely to have knowledge about complaints or discussions regarding the working environment on the set of It Ends With Us. Lively properly notes that identification of a party in initial disclosures does not necessarily entail that all communications with that party are relevant to the claims and defenses in the case. However, the Swift RFPs are limited to communications about the film It Ends With Us or about this action. Lively alleges that Baldoni and Heath harassed her in numerous ways during work on It Ends With Us, that her concerns about their behavior began early in the pre-production and production process, and that she expressed these concerns in contemporaneous messages. Given that Lively has represented that Swift has had knowledge of complaints or discussions about the working... Sorry, I'm like, Sorry, this is also too small. Forgot. Oh my gosh, I'm so not on my game. Okay, hold on. My eye just got super blurry for some reason. Blurry. Where was I? Given that Lively has represented that Swift had knowledge of complaints or discussions about the working environment on the film, among other issues, the requests for messages with Swift regarding the film and this action are reasonably tailored to discover information that would prove or disprove Lively's harassment and retaliation claims. Lively's motion is rooted in the broader concern that the Wayfair parties are using the bans for communications with Swift not to obtain information relevant to claims and defenses in court, but to prop up a public relations narrative outside of court. But this concern does not justify denying the Wayfair parties relevant discovery. If this, right? If the issue is that Wayfair parties may leak the requested communications to the press, this concern is addressed by the protective order issued by the court. I think that was out of that hearing and the things after that hearing too. That order was designed precisely to ensure that parties may share sensitive information that may be only tangentially related to the underlying cause of action without fear that it will be leaked to the press. If the issue is rather that the fact of the request itself has been used as part of a public relations narrative, this does not mean the request is irrelevant to the litigation or that the Wayfair parties will not seek to use resulting communications in the litigation. A motion to or request may be, and in this case often has been, both a legitimate litigation tactic and an attempt to maneuver in the broader court of public opinion. The mere fact that the request has been discussed in the press does not render it illegitimate. In general, and somewhat hyperbolic public statements that the Wayfair parties do not need the evidence, many of which are not even attributed to the Wayfair parties but to an anonymous insider, cannot be understood as a waiver or retraction of the RFPs. I mean, I feel like the judge is like really on it, right? He's like really like normal. Anyways, the claim that the Wayfair parties have dramatized. Oh, sorry. Given that the lively parties have not shown the information is irrelevant or its production would be unduly burdensome, the claim that the Wayfair parties have dramatized the request in the press does not justify a protective order against the production of responsive documents. Lively's motion for a protective order is denied. However, the Wayfair party's cross motion is also denied. The Wayfair parties seek to compel Lively to produce documents concerning her allegations of SH and retaliation, her communication with Sony and WME concerning the same, and her claims for economic damages. The documents were demanded on February 21st. Whoa, yeah, that is quite a while ago. Agreed on March 24th to rolling production of the documents. Lively states that she has agreed to produce the documents except the communications with Swift and is on track for substantial completion by July 1st. So he's like, I'm not gonna speed it up. Like you all agreed, or she agreed, or whatever, July 1st. So there we go. Lively has proposed to the Wayfair parties that she will produce all documents in the requested categories by the end of this week. If the Wayfair parties produce all video footage related to the film, oh snap! I missed that when people were recapping it. So she doesn't have all the footage. That's why she's like, I'm just going to say whatever I feel like it. That was a caught on film or whatever. And now we understand why she didn't see that video footage. Well, she could have also just not seen it be leaked or whatever, given to the media. But we now see how she didn't know what that footage actually showed, and that the audio was actually caught. Except, I'm sorry, but for someone who edited things, maybe remember what you're editing. I don't know. I know there's a lot of footage for these things. I mean, I have a lot of footage for 48 hours worth of movies. So yeah, but still, that was a pretty big scene. And so, yeah, I don't know. Somehow, I just find it really odd that she wouldn't know that that scene had audio. Full unredacted versions of communications excerpted in the Wayfair Party's amended complaint and Exhibit A, docket number 354. The Wayfair parties have declined. There is no reason for the court to order Lively to expedite production when the Wayfair parties have refused to do so. The motion for a protective order is denied. The cross motion to compel is denied. And yeah, so cool. So my understanding is like they will supply it on July 1st because they have to supply those things on July 1st, Lively party. But if they wanted it earlier, these were kind of the stipulations. That's what I'm understanding from that. I might be off. I don't know. She wants everything so she won't be caught telling more lies again. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's like very fair, honestly. Like you allege stuff, you should just be kept to to those allegations. And then this was the oh my gosh. Oh, I don't really feel like reading this. Something interrogatories, blah 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 blah. Denied in part. um Propounded, such a beautiful word, I don't know what it means. This interrogatory was propounded by Reynolds, not Lively, to each of the Wayfair parties except it ends with us and tag. The interrogatory was propounded by Lively to Tag, while Lively and Reynolds' motion to compel was pending. And this was seek to compel responses to three interrogatories. The first interrogatory states identify any email account from May 1st, 2024 to date in which any third party, including but not limited to content creators or the media, had access for the purpose of communicating information of any kind, including messaging, talking points, guidelines, scripts, or other information regarding Miss Lively, Mr. Reynolds, the digital campaign, and the CRD complaint, and or the actions. I don't know. Maybe I'll read this. It's not long, but to me, that's like, why until now? Once you made it public, once you went to the New York Times, not once you went, but once Wayfair was made aware of this in December, once the CRD and the article were published, let me phrase that better. After that, I don't feel like you need anything after that, because then you set it in motion. I understand wanting these things that happened before, because I mean, I would, if I was on the other side, on like Lively side, I would want, if a Wayfair was on this side, like I would want communications, between May 2024 to why May 1st, 2024? Because I feel like that's, I don't know, I feel like that's an arbitrary date. But yeah, I would want communications through those months to see, you know, if there is a smear campaign. Like I understand that it doesn't seem that way, but like I understand also they have the right to ask for that. But after you file the CRD complaint and it's published in the New York Times, after that date in December, you don't need that stuff. Like, it's not the same thing to me. Of course, she doesn't have proof. She needs to find something from Baldoni's side. Yeah, because that's all she's done is supply proof from his side. Which, I mean, you can also argue, well, yeah, because it's about the smear campaign that she alleges happened, but not really, because it's also part of the things that she did, that she says that she filed complaints, and blah 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 blah. So where is that proof? So it's not just that we need their side and it makes sense, but I can also see in like her mindset how she could think that. So yeah, this interrogatory was propounded. Okay, anyway, sorry. The Wayfair parties agreed that TAG would provide a supplementary response to the interrogatory, and TAG did so. None of the other Wayfair parties have responded to this interrogatory. The Wayfair parties object that access is impermissibly vague. The motion to compel is denied as to the account interrogatory. The wording of the interrogatory is sufficiently specific to enable a targeted response by the Wayfair parties. However, Reynolds is not entitled to responses to this interrogatory because he's not a party. As a party, Reynolds would be entitled to discovery relevant to any party's claim or defense, but there are currently no claims or defenses in the case in which he was formerly a party, and therefore nothing of which discovery would be responsive. The mere responsibility that an amended complaint may be filed is no basis for the court to compel discovery regarding issues that are not pending and may never be pending before it. I remember Lauren reading this. The interrogatory, the second one, states identify all reporters and news or media outlets of any kind with whom sorry, you have communicated in any manner concerning Miss Lively, Mr. Reynolds, and the CRT complaint, the actions, or the Lively Reynolds companies. This interrogatory was propounded by Lively to all parties. All of the Wayfair parties except Nathan and Abel have responded to the interrogatory, but have limited their responses to the period between June 15th, 2024 and December 21st, 2024. I think that's like valid. I don't know. June also feels arbitrary, but up to December 21st makes perfect sense to me. Lively seeks responses through the present for all parties. The motion to compel is granted as to the reporter interrogatory. The Wayfarer parties have provided no justification for withholding the responses of Nathan and Abel regarding the period between June 15 and December 21st of 2024, and in fact agreed to provide such responses. Regarding the period between December 21st and the present, the Wayfarer parties object that although the amended complaint alleges the smear campaign is ongoing, it does not assert any claim by Reynolds or the Lively Reynolds companies, and the pleading cites to the communications at issue. I don't know what that means. These objections do not provide a basis to deny the motion. Although the amended complaint does not assert claims by Reynolds, it asserts attempts to discredit Mr. Reynolds were part of the campaign against Lively after 21st. And although it cites certain specific statements made by defendant's lawyer, it also states that defendants themselves continue to be involved after 21st, framing the campaign as a continuation of events prior to the CRD complaint. The Wayfarer party's engagement with media outlets after the release of the CRD complaint is relevant to the truth or falsity of these allegations, and the Wayfarer parties have not raised any other objections. I don't know, because this one's going to be interesting, because to me, like, you made that public, and just like Lively side did, they also had communication with the press and public. Um, they're not gonna find much as far as I feel like content creators. That I don't think they're going to find what they think they'll find, but I think that they will latch on to the things that they do find that are like just normal communication after you're a public figure that's just been dragged into a lawsuit. So, um, I think they'll like latch onto that, but I don't think they'll find what they think they'll find, because I still don't even know. Are they really that delusional? I don't know. And then part of me thinks like maybe they're right. I mean, we haven't seen to the contrary, like you can't really see what's not seeable. So I don't know. I don't know. A third interrogatory states, identify all content creators with whom you have communicated in any manner concerning these people, blah, blah, blah. The interrogatory was propounded by Lively to tag and by Reynolds to the remaining Wayfarer parties. That is so weird. Why is Ryan asking for this? Because it's not about him. It's about Blake Lively. And the smear campaign was about Blake Lively. Why is he inserted to this? Why is Lively only like asking this of Tag but not Wayfarer? And Reynolds is asking of Wayfarer but not Tag? I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. Lively and Reynolds have agreed to define the term content creators to mean any individual or entity who seeds, generates, creates, or influences social media content or provides related digital or social media services directly or indirectly at the request of or on behalf of any Wayfarer party or their agents or affiliates. The motion is granted as the content creator interrogatory propounded by Lively to Tag. Defined as stated above, the interrogatory is not hopelessly vague or unduly burdensome. It does not include any person who can generate, create, or influence online content, but only the much smaller subset of those who do so on behalf of the party. So yeah, the motion is denied as to the content creator interrogatories propounded by Reynolds, which are moot for the reasons stated above. I don't know. It seems. Sorry, it was like small again. It seems good to me. Seems like logical, except the after 21st. To me, that's not logical. My logic is not the judge's logic. Yeah, in Lively's logic, I understand her logic. I understand why she wants it to the present moment. Um, but yeah, as far as the judge, like, to me, that doesn't make sense. But I don't know. She wants everything so she won't be caught lying again. She doesn't have proof for her allegations and she needs to find something from Baldoni's side. How come they're not pressuring her to show anything? It doesn't seem fair. Because she already agreed. Like, I think it's like just based on how when the like due date for the information, like her due date was July 1st and theirs was like July 26th or something. Um not July, sorry, June. I think that's why he's like, okay, yeah, try to speed this up, Wayfair. Yeah, I think that, like, because what I remember from just what I just read was there were a couple of things that said that sounded like Wayfair already had agreed to supply it, but they didn't supply it yet because they got, maybe lost in the communication around it or something. So the judge was like, no, yeah, supply it. Hurry up. So, yeah, she's not going to give up anything or show up for deposition with some lame excuse. Imagine. I just like, how can someone not show up for deposition? I am just very confused the moment that I heard that. I forget Omar who said that. Lauren, someone, I don't know. Someone said that. She could not show up, and I'm like, aren't you legally obligated to show up for deposition? Because then what's the point if you're not? Like, you have to have that. I don't know. To me, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, um, all right. So now we got to the big one. Well, it's not that big because I just started going down this rabbit hole. Um, Dr. Leslie Dobson. She's very LA, very plastic surgery, lip surgery or whatever, lip filler, whatever. Not so much in this one, I guess. Maybe she went through that phase and not anymore. This was from 4 months ago. Hold on, let me get a water break. Yeah, yeah, that's strep throat. That never-ending strep throat. She had it 4 times in like 3 months or something. I need to like lay back. Oh gosh, this feels kind of nice with my head. Okay, so this is it. This is the kind of the only thing. Okay, I'm gonna leave this up here, but before I get into this particular stuff, I'm going to like actually just make this a little more friendly for us. And I'm going to talk about just from the basics of hair education because it's understandably questioned and it brings up a point that, not something that we all kind of know already. I think that not everyone, just because they got a degree, just because they have a title, just because they work in a hospital, she doesn't work in a hospital, but just because they're there doesn't mean that they're unfallible or they're perfect or they're even good at what they do. So I think this is one of those cases. However, I think it is tough because this is a thing that I am understanding at this moment in time, that she can call herself a doctor endlessly because she has the PsyD, which is a doctorate program, um, which is like a PhD, but not. It's like for psychology, anyways. Let me actually pull up like that definition. And then so yes, doesn't mean, like I said, it seems like she's not APA member, accredited, whatever. She's not part of the American Psychology Association. and therefore is it makes sense why she can just say whatever she feels like it, because there's not much to be done. Like, nothing can be done. She can talk about her past experience, which is factual because she did it. She can carry this name. Maybe it can be taken away, but I don't think so because she has the degree. And people are not necessarily going to look, when searching her on TikTok, no one's going to look her up on APA to see if she is a member of it and all that stuff. So we go into that gray area of like people can say whatever they want to say at the end of the day. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's getting to that point where I've been talking a lot. Hold on. Oh, it was too good, too long. All right. So let's see what ChatGPT says about PsyD because I don't remember. I need a moment though. Okay, so to train psychologists to become practicing clinicians, not necessarily researchers or professors. Heavy emphasis on psychotherapy, psychological assessment, and hands on clinical work. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it makes sense. It's aligned with what I remember, but I couldn't remember to say it. Um, yeah. So, yeah, I remember because when I was looking at degrees, like I wanted a PsyD because it was more this way. However, a lot of PsyD degrees are not accredited. I didn't think of asking that or looking that up. But yeah, a lot of PsyDs are not accredited to um, the APA or by the APA. But this one seems to be from Loma Linda University, which is a Christian university. And though she said, we'll get into, she says she's been an atheist, brought up as an atheist, which is like, really? I don't know. I feel like I don't know that many atheists. Like people who are not religious, but like whatever. Yeah. Let me take a moment. Sorry, I'm gonna have to put you on hold for a second. Because the only really this kind of works, but the only thing that works is blowing my nose, and I'm not going to subject you to that. So I'm gonna put like a musical break for like 30 seconds, and I'll be right back to this. I don't remember where the BRB. Oh, there we go. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Let me go back to this. All right. Oh, I need to turn that. I'm not feeling 100% there, but better. All right. Okay. Cool. Cool. So, nothing on the line to lose. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Like it actually was kind of nice to take like just like a moment break. Probably for all of us. I know in the rare occasion, I know actually Brianna Eve did this a couple of lives ago, and then Lauren has done that in the past, and it's like, wow, this actually feels nice to have like a little intermission because these are long, as like a viewer. So hopefully it felt more like that than, you know, like, Arena. Okay. So there we go. On her website, she basically says that she's been a clinical psychologist with over 20 years of experience providing therapy and assessment services. She says this is not word for word necessarily. She specializes in evidence based clinical intervention for trauma, civil litigation, and personal injury assessment, which makes me think to the point that Lauren and Kirsty brought up, is she working with the Lively team? And is she being fed stuff from their side? Or like, did they see her and like, oh, we want to work with her because she can provide credibility to us or whatever? Um, Possible. And then her education. So I need to make this bigger. Why is this not big? What the heck? Sorry. Huh, that's weird. Anyways, her education is she has a Bachelor of Science at Colorado State University in psychology. She has a Master of Science at University College London in psychology. That's in England. I didn't look that school up. I don't know that the schools matter that much, and which is what I said earlier, and I'll say that again, that people can go to school and study the same thing and come out differently based on the people they are. She has a Master of Arts from Loma Linda University, pursued further graduate study, and received an MA from there. Doesn't say in one. And then she has a PsyD, Doctor of Psychology, from Loma Linda University, where, yeah, in psychology, in forensic psychology, clinical and forensic. In 2012, she graduated. I don't know why that's important. I guess, why did I even say that? I don't know. Loma Linda University is a Christ Center. Because I'm like, what is the. I've never even heard of this university. A Christ centered Seventh day Adventist university. That's interesting. Dedicated to mission focused learning through the integration of health, science, and faith. You know what's interesting also is that who didn't people on the internet say that Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds might be Seventh Day Adventists or whatever, something weird like that. Like not like or Mormons. Some is that the same thing? No, that's Latter Day Saints, right? Or something. I don't know. I don't know. America has so many different Christians, but something like that. So I don't know if that's like anything, but she doesn't sound like anyone that's religious. I don't know. I haven't, but again, this is like early days. Besides, like back in the day when all of this started and seeing on TikTok some of the like just really bad advice, bad stuff, like unethical comments she made. Besides that, I'm not even talking about factual lies or whatever that she made about Justin or whatever. I'm just talking about the psychology part of it that was unethical. What she said was like not exactly truthful or like good. So that's what I was talking about. Anyways, so besides that, I haven't really watched her because it was really hard to watch her. And we had bigger fish, on the frying pan. So I'm gonna watch more and see. But what all I've seen, she doesn't come across as someone who's uh maybe even spiritual, much less devout Christian. So I can believe that she was raised atheist. I don't know, but she met her husband there. The likelihood of her husband there also not being religious is like low. So that's probably like influence. And the only reason I say that is that I don't know about this type of Christianity and religion, but there are some like questionable Christianity religions religions that, and I'm not saying this one is one of them, but there are some that are more like sects and stuff than honorable ones. So that can also cloud someone's judgment, and it can lean more towards um conspiracy theories type of mentality where your reality perception can be distorted. So that's why I mentioned I don't know anything about Seventh Day Adventist. I can look it up now, but I don't know anything about it. And I won't know that much about it just from looking it up. But I am curious now. What do they believe? Sorry, I can't um, type and think at the same time. Makes sense. They use people like her for trials. Yeah, I think they can't find a licensed or professional that are willing to put their careers on the line. Yeah, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, didn't they, didn't Amber Heard have someone? Maybe. But Lauren, Court of Random Opinion, she also mentioned how her family members that work in psychology, in the psychology field, they refuse to have opinions because it's kind of like not actually golden as a lawyer. She's like, I don't want to be disbarred. I don't like, I have strong um ethical rules around my profession that yeah, like someone can technically bend around it or whatever, but like she prefers not to. She has high ethics. And so, yeah, like but I think people can bend. And so this is what's interesting about this Leslie girl, woman. She's not a girl. What's interesting is that twice in this interview, she mentions things that show sorry. It shows that her character seems to bend ethics, be okay with bending ethics, and doesn't have a strong sense of responsibility and morality. And she might be legally safe, but that's why I'm saying like ethics and morality, which are not governed technically. Um, and yeah, and yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting like that. I'll point that out when we get there. But um, so she would be, even if she would be licensed, she would be someone who um would push the boundaries of what that is, of ethics. I heard Blake saying she's Cherokee means she was a slave owner. What? Uh, she was admitting her ancestors were. Oh boy, Blake Blake's lawyers know a lot about bending. Yeah, I mean, well, any lawyer, I feel like, honestly, right? I think even Brian Friedman, as much as like, we're rooting for him and we're on his side, but like any lawyer will, you know, be there for their clients, number one. Especially like if they're not getting paid, maybe, but like you're getting paid. Um, it's, I don't know, like you sign up for that. And it's hard. It's hard when you're like signing up for something. And if you find out like, oh, yeah, like I shouldn't have taken this case, because I'm sure that happens. Maybe not a lot, but I'm sure it happens at least a few times in a lawyer's um, uh, career, I was gonna say that, but also I think there must be also some displacement where, yeah, at the end of the day, it's about the client and maybe not so much about like ethics. I don't know. Like I think of Suits LA, they cover that topic, which yes, I started I had started watching. I think right now it's on pause or whatever, summer break or whatever. So yeah. Anyways, but yeah, the Cherokee and so, oh, I don't know. I don't know. That whole Cherokee thing, and even honestly, even the slave owner part, if she's really saying that her ancestors owned slaves, it makes me think of a girl that doesn't have a personality, like BPD type of, or BDP, right? No, I said it right the first time, BPD. And she's, but not necessarily a disorder, but just she tries really hard to look special because she's not. She's like bland. And I can speak to this. I've had moments where I'm like, oh, I want to be unique. I want to be different. I kind of was born with a lot of differences. Like, my name is unusual anywhere. I think in Russia or Ukraine, it's more usual, but I think Ukraine, I think I had someone, I don't know actually where she was from, but anyways, it was more common, but it's not common in Romania. It's definitely not common in the US. So I always felt different just from my name. And I had like, then I came here, there were a lot of things that set me apart, that made me feel like special, because my family also treated that as special and not like, oh, you should change your name so you fit in and all that stuff. um and yet I think I also had, if I sit and think, I'm sure I find things where I was like, I want to be cool, so I'm gonna like something that I'm not expected. I do have this. I've noticed that I do have this, that I don't like being put in a box. And so the moment that you put me in a box, ooh, mm, my ex, it makes me think of my ex, and like his mom would, he said, at least that his mom said that I was like, princessy or whatever. And I was like, oh, you did not just say that. Like, well, first of all, because my mom is more like that, and I kind of I grew up with um an underlying resentment of princessy vibes, and so I wasn't a tomboy, but I had that kind of like starter towards that. Um, so yeah, like, no, I like carrying things and getting my hands dirty and all this stuff. And so that was the identity I created for myself, so I wouldn't become like my mom, or the things that I saw society was not very happy with in my mom, or that I was hurt by in my mom for whatever reason, which I know that sounds, I don't know, it's complex, it's complicated, it might not make sense to anyone right now. um and so yeah, so there are things that I would like or go for that were specific to the identity that I wanted to have, or the identity I didn't want to have to other people. So yeah, so that's what it makes me think of with Blake, where she's like, oh, I'm Cherokee too, like she could be. She was born here by American people, so she could have that in her bloodline, like 23andMe type thing. I mean, um, and I don't even know, is 23andMe still active? Because I know there's like a lawsuit and stuff around it, but I had like, I was French in my blood, I guess, or something, and Chinese or East Asian or something. So like, we all, I think, have, if we want to be technical, pieces like that. So I don't necessarily don't believe her, but I think that either um she made it up just to look cool, which is also so Gossip Girl of her, or she didn't make it up, but she mentioned it and she tried really hard to find something that would make her look cool and fit into what was cool, what was likable at that time. And I know you're going to say like slave owners, family ancestors being slave owners never made you cool except for back then. But I think it's, again, it's like giving her that edge, giving her that like making her special still. I don't know if that makes like sense. Like it makes so much sense. I can't think of the best way to like phrase it. But yeah, it makes her, yeah, it gives her an edge. It gives her something more than just a plain girl that's just nice and beautiful. I mean, because, and I think of this also from all these interviews that she's been doing for like a while, of, her fighting for women's rights in Hollywood, that, women are not just pretty things that are made to stand on this like pink X, which also it's never pink. So I think that was also dog whistling or whatever that phrase is. But I think it's like in her branding. So she's trying to make herself into that brand, into that identity. So, yeah, and again, it's not favorable to have ancestors that are slave owners, but it sure makes it conversational. It sure makes it not bland and you're just pretty and beautiful. And it's like so sad because, like, what's wrong with being beautiful? Like, own it. Not everyone can be beautiful, Blake. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, but she is beautiful. I know we don't like her right now, and it is hard to see her. Like, cannot stand to see her, and I definitely cannot stand to hear her because of what I'm associating her with now. But objectively, she is beautiful. Plastic procedures or whatever aside, like, she is beautiful, and it's okay. Like, I really want that to be okay for people too. Like, I mean, I'm not, someone who decides that, or I'm not an influencer of any means, but I hope, I wish that people that are beautiful can be okay with being beautiful, and they don't have to have an edge. They don't have to be mean, or they don't have to be someone else, because we need beautiful people too. And what goes with beautiful in my mind is also kindness, because beautiful people, not all the time, but in my mind, when I think of a beautiful person, I think also of a kind person and a loving person. So why not work towards that instead of working on being crass? I don't know if crass is the word, but just being edgy and being mean, making really bad humor choices, like Shawshank Redemption being the funniest movie you've ever seen or whatever, which was such a, I feel like it had to be such like a specific orchestrated thing to say, it wasn't like her truth. I don't think she's like psychotic or anything, but like that. Um or maybe she just didn't understand the point of the movie. I don't know. But um yeah, so like instead of working towards that, but like I said, I can relate to like wanting to be far from the identity that you perceive to be weak, or to be um or for people to like just not take you as a full human being, as a result. So, yeah. Um Leanne Newton's guest said that about Blake. Okay. People often took my shyness for being stuck up or conceited. Yeah, I think so too. Although I don't, I remember being told that, but I don't know if I was told that by my family or by society, by people in high school. But I remember in high school thinking that. Um, yeah, and you know what? For me, it was shyness and being reserved. But when I dove into attachment styles as a result of like trying to like, you know, do my part in making the relationship good kind of thing, and understanding my partner, and not being ignorant and whatever. Anyways, um, it made me look at myself first and foremost, and it made me look back at when I started film school or film class, or not film class, sorry, acting class, and how there were moments when I was so dismissive, avoidant for. I don't think April's on here still, but for anyone who knows that, I was very like, don't come close. So I think the combination of being reserved and shy, but also for me personally, also like being very snappy and harsh toned, even though in my head I'm like, why did you say that, Arena? Like, you got so excited that this person talked to you, that they said hi, and you want to be included, but I was just like, hi, and I was like, darn it. I don't know if I shared this story with you guys, but like, this happened like literally in a class where the guy said hi. It wasn't a flirty hi either. And I said, hi or whatever. And then I was like, darn it, next time, Marina. Like, next time, don't make that mistake. And then he miraculously, I think it happened 3 times. He turned back and he said, how's your day? And I was like, fine, you. And I was like, Arena, the tone, Arena, you're pushing the freaking person away. Like, you are excited. Because he had taken my headshot that weekend. So he felt like, oh, I know you now, or like, oh, I'll get to know you as a person, as a new student here. Because I had just started too. And then for me, it was like, ooh, like, I hope he recognizes me. He remembers me, because again, I was new. So I want to be like, get to be part of the community here. And I was not coming across that way. And I'm sure even now people think I'm conceited, stuck up, um, selfish. My dad thinks I'm selfish. He has said that I'm selfish, and I'm like projection. Not so much projection of him necessarily, but like, I won't go into the details, but that hurt the deepest. That, like, I mean, that hurts a lot when your own family member doesn't know you and makes like such comments that are like, do you don't even spend enough time with me, and you're making that comment. And I don't know, it's just like, it's one of the hardest things. A loved one, family member, partner, whatever, is like the hardest thing to hear from them, something that's like so off base from. I think there's like I think I can understand in a way places that I'm selfish, but I'm like, they're so the opposite in too many ways. Like, I don't have boundaries. I'm a people pleaser, which also makes you selfish eventually. But like, yeah. So it's, I don't know. I'm getting off topic completely. Her features are a little strong for my taste. Fair enough, Arnaldo. Fair enough. Um, okay, back to this Leslie person. Sorry, got really off track. The Seventh day Adventist Church, let's see, origins. Founded in the mid 1800s. This is not necessarily who she is, but I'm curious now. And this is me. I just get on the tangents myself. Like, I just really like learning, and I'm really curious about this. Um, so, mid 1800s in the US during the Second Great Awakening. Okay, I've not heard of the Second Great Awakening. Okay. Emerged from the Millerite movement, which incorrectly predicted the Second Coming in 1844. Guess what they called that? The Great Disappointment. I mean, these are like just the perfect innocent names. Like, it's such like, they didn't try to make it sound so scholarly or whatever. They just went with the like just the most sincere naming of these things. Eventually recognized into the SDA Church in 1863. Core beliefs, they believe in the authority of scripture, Bible centered, worship on Saturday, the seventh day, not Sunday, hence the name, Seventh day Advent or whatever. Imminent second coming, strong focus on the literal return of Jesus, Adventist awaiting for Advent coming. Oh, okay, because I was like, what is Advent? I just think of Advent calendar. So I think of like chocolate behind cardboard cutouts. That's what I learned Advent to be. um, they promote vegetarianism, abstinence from alcohol and tobacco. Many Adventists live in blue zones like Loma Linda, known for exceptional longevity. Oh my gosh, I know the word. Soul sleep. They reject the idea of an eternal soul going to heaven, hell, at death. Instead, the soul sleeps until resurrection. And then what? I remember doing this walk, like a charity walk. And I remember because probably I was like the weakling, like the last gazelle, not part of the pack, just in the back. This one girl came up to me and started talking to me and was just like nice at first and then started basically trying to convince me. I don't know what church she was with or whatever, but something like that, where like she wanted to convert me basically, or like, let me tell you more about this, let me convince you to come to our side. And I don't remember what question I asked her, but she stopped talking to me pretty, not instantly, like she didn't make it obvious, but it was like, because I basically asked her, like, something along the lines of, how does she know something? And she's like, oh, because of this. And I'm like, okay, so how do you know that? Who knows that? Like, maybe she said something like, well, it was written in the Bible. And I'm like, okay, and how do you know? I don't remember. I don't know. It was something about like the starting of time, or I don't remember what it was. Anyways, it makes me think of this. Like, so the soul sleeps until resurrection. Where does it sleep? And where does it go when resurrected? And where does it go after? Isn't that the same thing as heaven and hell and stuff? Or like afterlife, not heaven and hell, but afterlife? Or reincarnate? I don't understand this. But again, this is just like a quick overview. Ellen G. White is the founding prophet figure. Her writings are respected but not considered scripture. Cool. So that's that. I don't know what WT means though. Maria. Um, I don't have high impressions of this. I don't feel like it's a religion at this point, but I mean, technically, I don't know, whatever. Moving on. Because, again, nothing in this, I have yet to get to it, but nothing in this is really about this besides right now at the beginning saying that she was technically raised an atheist and blah, blah, blah. So she is now listed in the as a member of the American Psychology Association (APA), but it is among her credentials, and don't know. I don't know if that means that she was and not anymore, or there is a way to pay and be a member but not be publicly listed. Like if you're a student or a professor or something that's not technically a psychologist, then you're not publicly available in the list if you're paying the fee. Um, so she claims APA membership, but she's not found in the searchable psychologist database. Um, so she's not, but that's also like if she's seeing patients, and I guess she's not. Although I think I don't know, her website would say something else. I don't know. Oh, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. On the second coming being the great disappointment, Maria. The great disappointment. Isn't that like something that sounds like from a movie, from like a satire movie or something? The great disappointment. Like what's that guy? Mel something that did that like whole parody or satire on like a religious movie or something. like in the 70s or something. I don't even know when he did it. 60s, 80s. Um, Mel Brooks, I think. I don't know. I've not seen that, but it makes me think of that. Oh, side note, my hair looks greasy because it kind of is, but it's helping a lot. I put way too much now, but I've been putting squalane, just the ordinary little vial thing of squalane, in my hair when it's wet. Like 2 little dots is like more than enough to make my hair less breakable. So I think my hair is really dry, which makes me think I might be premenopausal, which makes me worried. So that's a whole other thing. But um yeah, if your hair is dry, try like literally like a tiny drop of squalane in your hair, cuz squalane is technically at least mimicking kind of like our natural sebum. Yeah, the great disappointment. Yeah, you should be sorry, Maria. Yeah, get it right. Yeah, I'm curious about this, but not really. I don't know. Maybe I'll be curious more about it. But let's go back to just her, cause yeah. So this was her education. Sorry. And before I read that part that she's not technically listed, um, I looked up on how you can um issue a complaint about a member that is not ethical so they can do an investigation into it. So that is possible. I will leave that in the description below once I stop this. I need to be better at like doing that because I didn't do it for the last one. But I will do that in case you ever run into needing to know that. And if you're watching this and you're like, oh, I have a therapist or I know someone or whatever that is part of the APA, or like, because the first way is, where was it? Oh, there we go. The first way is for her specifically was filing a complaint with where is it? I don't know, California Psychology Board or Board of Psychology of California or whatever it is, and I'll put that in the chat too. Um, that doesn't apply to every therapist and stuff that you might come across that you might need this. So yeah, and again, it seems like she wouldn't be affected one way or another by this because she's not part of it. Um, but I mean, the only reason I even like say this is because um again, it's not okay. It's one thing to have opinions and to be strong opinions, but have opinions about people, about things, about situations, etc. But it's another thing when you're actually doing unethical commentary about your profession, I think. And according to the APA, which the also the reason that I know this, Lauren also speaks to this, but the reason that I know this is because I went back for a little stint at marriage and family therapy, and we learned about how like you need to respect the ethics code of conduct. So the APA has an official ethics code then members are expected to follow, although they don't monitor their members like every move. So, unless you complain about them, they might not get found out or not right away. This includes standards around honesty and integrity, avoiding public harm or misrepresentation, professional conduct, especially in public commentary, which is why you'll have a hard time finding psychologists to speak very freely online about opinions. Um, or like maybe not about opinions, but definitely not stating them as facts. And it depends. Um, so yeah, so someone who's uh, in potential violation are going to be investigated, typically after a formal complaint by the ethics committee, APA ethics committee, and then sanctioned, suspended, or even expelled from membership, which I believe is what happened to Jordan Peterson. Correct me if I'm wrong. Which I went on a date with a guy a few years ago that was a Jordan Peterson fan, And the moment he said that, I was like, keep an open mind. And then you know what he did? I kept an open mind. Even though I was like, hmm. Um, and I even had like a thing to say like, oh yeah, like what he said here was interesting. And the guy just ghosted me. So I'm like, oh yeah, you're very mature, and yeah, I can see the psychology is paying off for you there. Okay, cool, cool. All right, makes sense. Lined up with expectations on that one. Even though like, and he had said, because I like reached out, I'm like, you could have not ghosted me, you could have just said you weren't interested instead of saying, yeah, let's like talk again, let's see each other again or whatever. And also because I knew that there was no romantic thing happening there, but it was like, it seemed like the conversation flowed where like, oh, we could be friends. Anyways, so um yeah, so he's like, "Oh, sorry. I just didn't feel like it was going anywhere romantically. Where I wasn't interested in that way or whatever. It didn't seem like we're compatible." I don't remember what he said. So I'm like, so you could have also said that, and also you could have, I don't know, communicated, and because I didn't feel that either. But yeah, I don't know, whatever. He was like highly immature. So yeah, not a. I don't know. It's just like that was more towards like Jordan Peterson fans than anything. I really don't like that guy. I feel like he's also highly unethical just because he's so strong in presenting things as facts, and he has, I think also what makes me like fight stronger back to her and to Jordan Peterson is the following that they accumulate, because they're so polarizing, and they're speaking to the unawakened people really. The like, they're not really helping their audience to grow and to heal and to be better than they used to be, and to get back to their core self, and to um yeah, to be better people. They're speaking more towards their audience's paranoias, or what they want to hear, that's like just makes things wrong in the world. So that's like my reason why I get strongly affected by these people. I don't know. Probably no chemistry. Yeah, yeah. Like, I also like, it was in a during a break with my ex, but I don't know if it was like a clean break per se, or like, like, oh, this is it. I don't think it was like that, but it was like, oh, this could be it or whatever. And so I started seeing, I saw, I think I had 2 or 3 dates, and this was one of them. And I remember walking back. He didn't even like offer to like drive me home, and so I walked back home, and he could have, because it wasn't out of his way. Anyways, but I walked back home, and I was like, I mean, I might never get over my ex, because, or yeah, because like, I wish that it was him here or whatever. So it was also that. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I was open minded as far as like a human being. It's just, I don't know. To me, you know what I said on Monday, I think, about how, I don't know who said that women put a lot into first dates or whatever. And oh, who, Liz Plank, she was saying that, women feel insecure on first dates and all that stuff. And I was like, it's never been my experience. I've always kind of went like, I don't have high expectations for this, unless it was like, not even with my ex, who I really liked, and I had known, and it wasn't like an online date thing. But yeah, but especially online dates, I was like, I'm not taking this seriously. I 99% will never see you again besides maybe a couple of dates or something, but I will never be able to trust you because I just met you online. So it was going to take a whole lot for me to trust you as a human being and to get to know you and so forth. So yeah, that's like a whole part too. But like I like getting to know people, believe it or not, because I don't seem like it because I never go out and get to know people, but I do. Like I get curious about people and I like talking to them and stuff, especially on dates where you can talk more deeply about things rather than like how's the weather. So I like that. But yeah, I don't know. It just like makes it to me it makes it funny when guys are like just so inept. I think that's the word. Had a, um and no offense guys that are watching. Um but and it's mostly like young guys, like 20-year-olds, but like it, like when they're just not, they have no clue how to be social, to like do social normal things like end a date, like I don't, does that make sense? Like they just don't know how to be uh the only thing I can think of is like normal and communication, like that the guy that I just said, like you could have, like, you don't owe me anything and I don't owe you anything, true, A, and at the same time, B, the same thing can apply to, you could easily say, hey, it was like cool, but like I'm not feeling anything romantic, I don't really want to go on a second date because we just met, so it's not gonna hit that hard. you know so yeah, I guess like immaturity is like what I think of. And I'm guilty of that too. Like it is kind of awkward, but like, it shouldn't be. And I know that I wouldn't take it badly if someone would say that, even if I would be into him. Like it's the first date. So it would never be that like heavy. Again, even with my ex, I feel like at that first date, even though we had like known each other and stuff, if you would have said that, which I mean, there's a weird story around that, but like if he would have said that, like be like, okay, cool, like it would have stung and stuff more than like these guys that I had gone on, I don't know, okay Cupid or whenever wherever. Um but yeah, I don't know. I'm doing a lot of tangents tonight. All right, back to this lady. Um oh yeah. So on Lauren's thing with Kirsty, she was saying that well, on her ex account, technically Lauren, she was saying that sorry, let me pull this up again. You probably saw this, but she highlighted this screenshot. I don't know if she took it, it probably was sent to her this way, but um too many people know the truth. Uh, Dr. Leslie said, do you know them? Because I have people reaching out since Justin essayed them in college. And at first, when I heard, before I saw the screenshot, when I just heard Lauren mention this, I was like, does she mean the other way around? Because it was the other way around, but okay. And then this person said, wait, what? This is the first I'm hearing of Justin as saying someone. I teach women self defense and have something, something, whatever. Um, I want to, one, I have people reaching out. Are you like validating these people's stories, or because anyone can say anything? And two, why is the media that is not for Justin not picking that up? This was, I don't know when this was actually. I wish it be besides like hours it should say like the timing. And then this was the other one. This is the screenshot from Lauren's live, and I'll include her live, or yeah, her video, not live, but I'll include it with Kirsty. The whole video, dash cam video or whatever, of him admitting he's uh, a graper. And Dr. Leslie, who, by the way, that picture is her having like I think it's the LA County, like not inmate but something, anyways. And she says, yes, there is video and many people on set have seen it. She talks like Trump, or she writes like Trump. um I also don't really read that many people's stuff, but yeah. But right, doesn't it sound like him? Yes, there is video and many people on set have seen it. So why do people on set, how does that even make sense? But how do people on set, sorry, oh, I woke up my dog. How do people on set support him if they've seen this alleged video? All right. Anyways, maybe it was other people, right? It was other people that saw it. Other people on set. Oh, boy. Okay. So let's get to her. This is the first part. Sorry, let me get on track with my notes. So she said that she went to this school because I think because it was close to LA County Jail. Anyways, I'll let her talk.
I wanted to have the first clinical expertise experience in the most challenging place I could think of, and the closest place was the LA County Jail. And they did not allow practicum students, unlicensed students, to come in because it was just too liable, too dangerous. And so I found a psychologist there who was relatively new and gullible, and I said, we're going to start a training program.
Time is a curious thing.
Oh, okay. Well, perfect timing on this. Oh my gosh, this is so weird because this is the only ad that's playing on this video. I don't know what that means, but I found that extremely interesting. Usually you have different ads playing on a video. This is the only one that's playing. It's not this specific one, but the Sandy Hook, take action, that Sandy Hook promise whatever video. So she said, this is like the first one, the first little, I don't know if red flag, but like strong orange flag that I feel like shows her character, her willing. So there is a personality disorder situation where people are okay with bending the rules. It's not only people with a certain disorder, but they're okay with using other people and their weaknesses or whatever, just using people, using things, using situations, and they don't feel any remorse, any responsibility for it, and they're okay with it. They sleep at night just fine. It's not only those people. She was also young, so you can also credit it to that. But still, to say that, she really wanted to gain expertise or experience in the most challenging place she could think of, which is LA County Jail, which she says that it doesn't compare even to Ireland Jail, which I don't know why she mentioned Ireland, because the speaker, Kelsey Sharan or whatever, I think is from Canada or something. So like, I don't know where Ireland came from. I don't think Ireland is like the worst jail experience that I can think of off the top of my head in the world. I would think they're worse in like South America, I've heard, Middle East, Russia. Like I don't think that like Ireland pops into my top 10 of like hard jail time. But anyways, so she said LA County Jail, and she found a psychologist who was relatively new and gullible to start a training program. She used the word gullible, and to me, that specific word is very highly, strongly important in what makes this a highly orange, strongly orange flag. Moving on.
And he was like, "Oh, this will make me look really good to the higher ups I'm in."
So
And
you,
so I was the first trainee at what they call the monkey pen. Like, it is the
oh,
worst, most dangerous jail in the world, I would say. Like, I don't know, I've never been in a jail in like Ireland, but bad.
what about Guatemala? I feel like it's got a vibe.
I don't know. I don't know.
She doesn't know. She would have more opinion. There's worse jails. She talks about corruption and drugs and this and that and blah 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 blah. I'm like, I don't know. Something in me says that is not the only bad jail in this world. Moving on, and especially when you talk about corruption, like, really? Okay. She has an interesting. There's another thing that's going to be interesting that kind of speaks to her privilege. So yeah, so the word gullible, all right. And that this psychologist said that he wants to do this because it'll make him look good for the higher up. So again, it sounds like she saw like something to not manipulate. I mean, technically yes, manipulate, but to take advantage of, to like dial in on a weakness in him. Like, oh, he really wants to. He's gullible. He's new, so he doesn't. Even when you're not gullible, when you're new, you're pretty like, I don't know exactly. I'm not seasoned, and then probably saw that he really wanted to look good to the higher ups, and she's like, yes, this is my entry to what I want to do. Literally, she used this person to do what she wanted to do in the first place. That the LA County Jail did not allow anyone to do, not allow anyone that's not licensed to do, for a good reason, because it's not safe. And not only because it's not safe for her, but it's also not safe for the inmates. I'm sorry, but like, you're not really established to provide anything, and you can screw people up. And I don't know that she got that message even now, that you can screw people up if you're not well in your profession, that you're not like, you've not studied well, and you're not not just experience, but you don't understand, and you don't have the weight of what you're doing when it comes to things like psychology. Anyways, moving on. I don't know if it's this part. It might be this part. Let's see what this one is. Wait. No, it's not this part. I think it's like after that.
Super white. Although we did do our certification, and there were riots when I was there. You just don't hear about it.
No. Why would you hear about the truth?
Yeah.
Which, that comment, why would you hear about the truth? I'm like, I had to like chat GPT. Like, is this person a conspiracy theorist? Come on. It's a jail.
That's cute. So let me guess, you two are the white couple, both doctors. You're both husband and wife doctors. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, that tracks.
Super white. Although we did do our spit DNA, and I'm 25% Jewish, which I didn't know. And
oh wow.
Hashtag Cherokee.
He is like partly Polynesian Lithuanian. So then we felt like we had a higher reach.
So the diversity hire worked out for you well then, yeah?
Yeah, so now we don't just lean on our white privilege.
Like, she just said that. I was that satire? That wasn't how she didn't say it sarcastically. I'm so speechless, her saying the words that came out of her mouth right now, or at that point. I also don't understand. I didn't actually watch every second of this video. So I don't know if I missed something, but I don't understand any of this. Like, why randomly we're talking about their whiteness. Um, but also, Jewish people are white, right? Again, I don't really understand the whole race thing exactly, but they're pretty white. They're pretty white. Like, technically, and also I guess they like discrimination wise, they have been discriminated in the past. But I also know that at least what I know from American history, like Hollywood and whatever, like th- they did pretty well. So like when I think of like discriminated group and a non-white for yeah, when I think of a non-white person group is like you're not white skinned. Um so that's like one thing cuz that's why you have like passing white and all that stuff. But again, I'm new, I'm learning, so let me know. Let me know in the comments, let me know wherever um if I'm missing something because that's my understanding. Like first of all, it's like the skin color and features, certain features like European features and Jewish people I mean, I can't really tell Jewish people apart, but from like white people, but like I guess sometimes. But the only thing is like very like just features just sometimes. And if they're practicing and they have the little thing on their heads, um so yeah. So saying that you're 25% Jewish, A, even if it is in the US considered as a non-white race or whatever, because it's not an ethnicity. I mean, Jewish is an ethnicity, but like white is not an ethnicity. It's a race. But I will always go into that. Like that bothers me so much. Like it is not ethnicity. It it's like saying your gender versus your like sex. It's like your physicalness and your like what you feel like you are kind of thing, you know. And I don't know, well, actually it's not even how you feel like you are, but like it's more not technical. Anyways, but even if that's the case, even if in America Jewish is you know, a diversity group, a non-white group, because also that's the other thing, like I don't remember Jewish being on that like little button thing that I would always put other. Anyways, but even if that's true, um what is this whole thing? A, as I said, hashtag Cherokee, like why are you bringing this up and you're trying to like again make yourself um relatable to like people that are not white. And then B, and also only by like spit DNA tests, as she called it, not because of her experiences, not because she was persecuted or felt any of the disadvantage. Makes me, I guess, also think of that cultural appropriation stuff. This is kind of what it feels like with the Cherokee and now this Jewish and all the also Polynesian. Did she say Polynesian or something? And Lithuanian. Lithuanian is white, literally. But anyways, um, just like I'm technically white too, Romanian, like Eastern European. Um, and yeah, anyways. So, but what is this whole thing about like, so the diversity hire worked out for you? What? Like, did they just say that? What the heck? And wait, did she say something like relatability
Yeah.
or whatever?
So then we felt like we had a higher reach.
So we felt because our DNA said that, you know, I'm 25% Jewish and he's, you know, 5% or whatever Lithuanian and Polynesian or whatever. We had a bigger reach or higher reach or whatever. What the just because your DNA says something? The only reason that I talk about my Romanian and inside joke is that I'm not white because I'm Romanian. I'm like white adjacent or colored people adjacent or whatever. I forget how this one lady called me, that she had this like center for capoeira or something for only like BIPOC. And she's like, you're honorary something, because I'm not American, I'm not born here, and I'm not also Western European and stuff. Anyways, so I was like, yeah, I'll take that win. Um, but the only reason I mention that is because I was born there. I was part of that culture. I grew up with that culture. I wasn't born here. When if I would just be a DNA, I wouldn't, and that I didn't even know about until I did a random test, I would for sure not think that, oh, now people can relate to me better or I can relate to them better. That's not a thing. Your DNA does not dictate that. Your culture dictates that. That's why like it bothers me with like skin color and race, because to a certain degree, like if it's noticeable and you are treated different, but that again, you're treated differently, you feel the effect of being different, of not being of the privileged majority, minority, whatever, the privileged. So if your experience doesn't match your DNA, it doesn't really matter that much as far as like what she's saying. It matters like culturally for you and learning your culture, yes, and other things, but it doesn't matter to like, oh, now people can relate to me more, I can relate to them more, because you haven't suffered the way that they did or like experienced the things that they experienced. Correct me if I'm wrong. Again, because I'm speaking partially, knowing all of this. I more than partially, like more than 50% understanding this stuff, having lived in the US, but not 100%. So that bothered me a lot though. Like, and also, what in the world did that have to do with anything? I don't think she said it sarcastic, Arnaldo. This lady, I think maybe saying that so the diversity hire worked out for you, it might have been sarcastic. I think it was sarcasm still in the same way that she said about did she say some she said something else like that was like snarky rather than sarcastic. Oh yeah, no, she hasn't said it. I'll get back to that. But yeah. All right, moving on. Keep going. Um just a little bit further over here.
What point did you decide, though, when you were in university that you wanted to be, how do I say this? Well, you're not the same as my psychiatrist. Let's go with that. So when did you decide that you wanted to be you, fully you, and you were going to lean into that side of yourself and not just put yourself in extremely uncomfortable positions in prison systems as the tiny white female?
It was right away. I realized right away that I could make change in systems that had so much corruption, and that it was quite simple to do,
Okay.
to implement. You just had to talk to the right people and never shut up and, be the squeaky wheel.
First of all, never shut up. Who does that remind you of? Never take no for an answer. Blake Lively.
And there were a few people I probably helped, like, clients, inmates, but for the most part, people were not getting better. They were getting discharged or mistakenly discharged and then being picked back up. And, it was just this warehouse hamster wheel. And
which sadly is what this whole jailing system is criticized for, especially when it comes to drug issues, that people are not actually given help. And I think in some jails, in some places, they do get help. Like watching Sing Sing, it wasn't exactly that, but it was something similar that helped people choose different things and work on themselves in a way that helped them. But yeah, I think that I think it was in Portugal that they tried to do this study or this thing, this social experiment or whatever. I remember Russell Brand again. What's up with him? No one has talked about him. But I remember with Russell Brand, he was like talking about this in front of the judge or whatever, that people with these issues, they should be given therapy, they should be given AA, they should be given all this stuff instead of just being jailed and then sent back out when they're clean or whatever. But the problem wasn't fixed, the root wasn't fixed. So yeah, that's something. So that's what she's talking about. And yeah.
So I started to really get to know a lot of these people on the inside really, really well because they were there for so long. So the psychopaths, the sex offenders.
You know, run of the mill people. I like how she just like casually mentioned those like big words.
And I would either kind of, leverage my relationships with them so that they didn't kill me. I did a lot of research, but what I did do is I testified and shared with the jury and the world that this guy is too dangerous to get out. Would you want him as your neighbor? No, you would not. And this is why. And let me tell you objectively, scientifically, credibly, why he is so dangerous.
This coming from a psychologist that wanted to work in the LA County Jail with the worst of the worst, as she calls it, or calls them. And instead of helping people, she's going there to, oh, yeah, here we go again, manipulate more people. I like how she's trying to say that she's manipulating psychopaths, which, okay. And then, I mean, that's the irony there is just like crazy. And then she's manipulating them to not hurt her, but then I'm not saying she didn't do this, but like I'm just again speaking to like her character for whatever good or bad that does. But because it makes me think of that No Man of God movie with Elijah Wood's character going into, forget his name, but he played Ted Bundy. Sorry, I forgot his name. Oh my gosh, I've watched it 12 for so many times. But and how like he did that, but he didn't do that exactly. Like he was genuinely caring to understand. That's not what she sounds like. And so but his colleagues were maybe not like that. Maybe they were more like her. So I'm not saying that she didn't do this and this isn't normal, but I'm just saying like how does that match with her saying that she really wanted to gain experience into this most challenging place and that these people weren't helped. They're just being released and taken back in. And then she talks about how she would again manipulate them into her safety, and then testify against them and just bury them instead of helping them. And I'm not saying that everyone is helpable. Yes, technically the very small percentage of society that we call psychopaths or have psychopathy, at this moment, it is highly unlikely that you are able to help that person to not harm if they are the type of person that harms, because not all psychopaths harm. I mean, yes, technically, long story. So, but yeah, so I'm just like having a hard time matching her words. She's saying different things. She's contradicting herself. Like, how are you helping the problem? You're just there trying to put people in jail. You're just there trying to make sure that people don't leave the jail. You're not there to actually, what you said at the beginning, help people not be there or like heal them while they are there, whether for life or temporarily. Does that make sense?
And I got really into that. But now I take that to civil litigation because they wanted to kill me and my baby when I was pregnant in the prison. And so I was like, I'm just going to work on the outside and have these like lame Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni lawsuits because they pay well and I can still do all the same shit.
Is it true?
No, it's not true. Shut up. Sorry. I'm very like over ads. I get very nasty when it comes to ads. I'm also getting like, I think, high blood pressure over here. But anyways, not from this, but from the, sinuses and stuff. And lack of sleep. But yeah, so she was just saying how she manipulates these people, leveraging whatever to not harm her, and suddenly she got threats, or whatever, to be harmed and have her child or baby or whatever be harmed. And so she's like, oh no, not again. Fine, that's fair. It's just like, it's one of those things, like with Blake Lively, it's like when your credibility is going down the drain, it's really hard to make it spin back up. You know, like it's really hard to give you the benefit of the doubt or to hear things in the same way when already you're like circling down the drain. I don't know. But the way that she said the ending part bothered me too. That now I do these lame cases because they pay me and it's good enough. What did she say? Hold on, I forget what she said. Right?
These like lame Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni lawsuits because they pay well and I could still do all the same shit.
Yeah, same, not stuff, but the S word, which um has a different connotation when you say it like that. And I'm not saying, oh, be professional, be ladylike. I'm not talking about that. Although, you know, professional would be nice, but we can't ask that of her. We can't expect that of her at this point. But it just sounds like she doesn't care about people. Doesn't it? When you're saying that, oh, I can still put people away or discredit people, and I get paid a lot of money for it, and I don't have to have my life threatened, which I don't know, she might have different stories after this case because there's some crazy people out there for any side, you know, that will threat, not just this case honestly, but just in general. Like, don't mess with celebrities and their part, like their people's parasocial relationships with them, right? Um but it just sounds cold, which all of her really sounds cold. There are moments when I'm like, oh, okay, she might be a decent human being, but it's just when she's saying nothing that's like really meaningful. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think I. Uh, oh yeah, sorry. I just stopped it right short of what I wanted to. Anyways. How is SH allegations lame? That's, yeah. She has no empathy. She does, yeah, she doesn't seem like it, which it's ironic. Don't you think? That she's talking about the, 2% of the population, but she's coming across quite like those tick box. Anyways.
Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni lawsuits because they pay well and I could still do all the same shit.
Right. Yeah. Wow. Love that you led right into that.
Right.
It's almost like you know what you're doing or something. So
that's what I meant by this person is snarky. And it can come across as sarcastic, but she means what she's saying. But it's that tone that's like really like not condescending to her, but like condescending to the audience that disagrees potentially with Leslie. Because she says, oh, it sounds, or it's almost like you know what you're doing or something. Thanks for elaborating, because that made it sound like that. And I'm like, no, she doesn't. And based on that, what did she show? Like you said, lack of empathy, lack of actually knowing what she's doing, besides putting people away and taking money for it. And what she had said earlier, that she presents things as factual, as objective truth, as et cetera, et cetera. I forget what she said. I'm not going back because I don't remember exactly where I was. But yeah, that doesn't sound like she knows what she's doing as far as like a psychologist or even a forensic psychologist, honestly. I'm going to try and bring up Dr. Kirk Honda's talk on forensic psychology. He did some of this. He didn't really like it. He felt it was too much or whatever. I don't remember exactly. But when he was talking or covering the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, they had a psychologist, and he kind of talked about the psychologist that they had or whatever it was. And so he reflected on being a forensic psychologist and stuff. Did I say forensic? Forensic. Anyways. So yeah. Also, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit to the next point, but somewhere in between that and this point, they bring up Nexium cult. There's a Nexium cult. I really feel like this is a conspiracy channel, but that's just me. Um, Also, I just noticed playing for you guys how much pink everything is. Like pink fridge, pink, and like the 60s type of stuff, you know? There's a lot of pink. I mean, no hate on pink, but the 60, I don't know, it's, yeah. But yeah, Nexium cult, which I have Nexium over here and helped me. It does help, but yeah, I know it's bad. It has a lot of issues, just like I don't know, any kind of medicine that is in a lab. Okay, moving on. And not only in the lab, but yeah, moving on. So this one is okay. Yeah, cool.
Oh, it's fine.
Nope, I always do that.
So,
Okay.
you know, a narcissistic person is somebody who their personality is structured like an eggshell. And if you crack that eggshell, there's nothing inside, it's empty. And maybe at the bottom, it's just all hot lava. So they're going to try their darndest to be on the top of the shell and be untouchable and perfect. And then when they fall, it becomes very, very dangerous. And they are brutal to themselves. They can't tolerate the negative emotions. That's when they lash out against other people, and that's often when they start using substances.
I'm gonna stop because I should remember to stop faster for commentary, whatever. Although I have plenty of commentary, but I sometimes the clips are longer. Wow, I'm like getting really whooshy. I haven't gotten like this since like the early days of starting to stream. Um, so I do like that analogy of the egg. I think she does say it pretty well. I've spoken about, narcissistic personality disorder as a very rough summary of what it is based on what I've learned it to be in psychology, and also that one doctor that is online that's like the narcissistic doctor. She always that's like her main channel, like that's her channel, her main topic on the channel. um so yeah, and it's in line. I'm not saying it's a good analogy because it's in line with what I'm saying because I know that's what people say. That's like medically, psychologically or whatever, what people are saying. And it's a good metaphor with the eggshell. Yeah, eggshell, because yeah, eggshells are fragile. Well, depends on what kind of egg you get. If you get the cheap eggs, those eggshells they're like this, paper thin, break in a second. If you get like a strong organic pasture raised, you know, good egg, then those eggshells are tough and they're sometimes really hard to break. But yeah, like I like that. What she's getting into now is, it's not that it's not necessarily true. It's just the specifics and the narrow focus of it and the way that she presents it that bothers me.
So, big substance use in Hollywood, I might add. Now, if you compare that to a normal person, or not normal, maybe just a non narcissistic person, because I don't think anyone's normal.
No,
I mean, that's true.
definitely
But
not.
a non narcissistic person might have their emotions fill that eggshell. So if you were to crack at their ego, then they're going to feel uncomfortable. It's going to be a fluid movement to a variety of emotions rather than just dropping into the hell, I have to kill everyone or kill myself.
That's what I disagree with. That's a bold statement. It's an ugly statement, not just because it's literally ugly, but it's an ugly statement because, again, I feel like it's borderline unethical. because you're insinuating that people with narcissistic personality disorder, if their flaws are exposed, because that's what I have said, like basically they need to feel they're perfect because otherwise they feel unsafe. They feel like they are abandoned, unloved, and if they're any way flawed. And to say that they will then take very violent and finite action, every single narcissistic person, like with personality disorder, to say that every single one of them, if their shell is cracked, they're like that ego that keeps them together or whatever is cracked, they will either take that strong, violent, finite action towards you or themselves. That's a stretch. And I don't like that she implies that. One, because I think, for one thing, from what I see in this interview, for one, she doesn't go into differentiating what people call narcissists and what narcissistic personality disorder is, which is not the same. And the one doctor, sorry I forget her name, but she specifically talks a lot about the difference between NPD and just calling someone narcissistic or toxic. She also talks about toxic, where like a toxic person is a toxic person to one person but not to another, because it's depending on, your particular wounds or whatever around things, or boundaries, or whatever it is, or whatever. And how you communicate, how you're able to, like, go through stuff. So toxic person is not narcissistic, and it's not necessarily a narcissistic person can be, or is toxic, but it's not mutually exclusive. And then also, it's not necessarily a toxic person is not, that's even a narcissist, is not a narcissistic personality disorder narcissist, because the media, TikTok, etc., talks a lot about narcissists, this and that and whatever. I feel like that is such a strong distinction that has to be made clear, and she doesn't do that. She talks about narcissists just as a general rule, and so the danger of her saying that, in my opinion, the danger of her saying this strong statement can harm people, like, for real. Because if you're dating someone, because this is the big context that is happening. If you're dating someone and you think they're narcissistic and they have NPD particularly, because they're like highly ambitious, or they don't seem to have empathy towards you. They don't seem to have feelings. They don't seem to care about, hurting you or whatever, which in extreme cases, yes, that's wrong. And there's, like, plenty of disorders to that. But there's also, like, people who just are in their own world because they're hurting. They're just, like, stressed out about their day, and they just, like, don't think about it, not maliciously, and not because they have a fragile sense of ego or self or whatever you want to call it. And so, like, it can have, like, strong circumstances, consequences, if some, like, I don't, because whoever on the other side can react in so many different ways too, and to, like, insinuate that they will, like, harm you or themselves, again, like, yes, that does exist, but again, I just don't feel like she has that, like, differentiation clear. And my understanding and my personal knowledge in this, I'm curious, like, I don't know if I can get, because Lauren's been having a hard time, so I don't know if I can get like a message to her, but I'm curious, like, from what she knows, and I'm not saying she knows everything, but she has more experience, day to day around this topic, or psychology in general. I'm just, over here, loving it and studying it just for my fun. But based on what I know, like, I just have a hard time uh, feeling like that's a factual statement, that this is what happens at the end of the day. There's the guy on 90 Day Fiance that very likely has that NPD, a narcissistic personality disorder. And as far as I've seen, like, he would not hurt someone or himself. I think because sometimes there are like multiple situations. Like, I remember Thais Gibson, she's the one that has personal development school. She's the one that, I mean, literally, like, it taught me the coaching thing, but not just me. It was a whole class. I don't know why I need to always like specify the specifics. Um, but she had mentioned in one of her videos, like more recent in the last couple of years or so, that, like, dismissive avoidants are often labeled as narcissists because they are so protective and so cold. They come across so cold, and people can mistake that for lacking of empathy. And there is kind of a lack of empathy, but not from a biological sense that psychopaths have like a biological reason for lacking empathy. And narcissistic personality disorder is more like created, like nurture, not nature, lack of empathy. So it's not from like a that, but it's also like it kind of exists. But they will definitely not harm or intentionally and all that stuff. But yeah, and but she was saying how, like, you could have combinations. You could have like someone with like sadistic tendencies, like I forget what that is called. Maybe it's just that. Or NPD or whatever, or like maybe it's like different facets of NPD. And so like those things, yes, then but it's not because of the attachment style. Just like, someone can have these two choices, but it's not necessarily, in my limited understanding and knowledge of NPD, because of it, if that makes sense. I don't know. It just, you just have to be so careful when, especially not just with psychology, but when you're saying statements like that. When also that in this world right now in 2020s, people use the word narcissist so much and unfairly and like not really well. You have to be careful with statements like this. I don't know what else she says. If it's like,
Oh,
she says ads, that's what she says. All right. Oh my gosh. Gosh, this like pressure. Oh my goodness, this is crazy.
so fun. This is exactly what I knew it would be, and I'm so excited about it. You're fulfilling all of my happiness right now. Okay, perfect. So, how does somebody raise a human to not develop these
Yeah.
tendencies, especially in a world where social media is the thing, where being on the cover of everything is the most important, and we only really care if you're on TikTok?
Which is also one of the misunderstandings about narcissistic personality disorder, why people confuse narcissism with narcissistic personality disorder. Because it's not like, oh, you have to think about how you look and your looks and your vanity and whatever. But yeah.
And brought to you by Ketone.
Oh, this is the fun part where in the other one, when I first watched this, like, she got into that right when another ad popped. So I'm like, oh, so I'm missing your sponsorship. Cool.
Oh my God, you kill me.
Ah,
Wow. Brand. I believe in the mission. I believe in what they do. So go grab some now.
yeah, hopefully.
Fuck.
Oh, hopefully. Okay, yeah. She was like, yeah, all right. Hopefully people raise people that don't have that. Okay.
Oh my God, you kill me.
Ah, I don't, I think modeling for our children that we are transparent and authentic and grounded. I mean, those are some big words, that we are genuine in our relationships, that we have healthy boundaries with fucked up people.
Again, doesn't sound like someone who actually gets what psychology is when she's using phrases like having boundaries with effed up people. That is not a psychologist. It takes me back to what that person said on one of the chats. Like, what course do lawyers get in objectivity, basically, not having their emotions, take over or whatever, and being more objective and putting emotions to the side or whatever. And that's something that psychologists should do. Not everyone does, indeed. And she doesn't claim, like, early, the whole point of her is that she doesn't care and she is her full self, meaning she judges people. I mean, there's so many things right now that all of it is just not proving her to be a good person, or a good psychologist, or a good someone who has studied psychology for a lot. Like, all of her schooling is pretty much in psychology. So it's a lot of years of psychology to not have empathy and understand, and also understand the nuances and understand how things, anyways. Um, so I mean, I don't feel like she's wrong. Again, I'm not a psychologist either. These are my opinions on, my passion is psychology, but I'm not here studying, every single psychology book and research paper and all that stuff. So I'm not a psychologist, and I'm not a student of psychology. Like, I've not graduated. I'm not in a PhD program. So these are my personal opinions, that I feel strongly about. um I just feel like, again, the responsibility that she has is not matching her words. And just like social responsibility as a whole, I feel is suffering in the world right now and in the US. Um she does have a good point afterwards, so I'll just let her talk. But I don't know, whatever. This is just a weird answer to this, for I don't know.
All of these things that make people understand life in a fluid manner. And we definitely can't show our children that jumping from strong emotion to strong emotion is okay.
That's not NPD. That's not narcissistic. That's not narcissistic personality disorder. Just jumping from strong emotion to strong emotion. Fearful avoidance, jump from strong emotion to strong emotion. It has nothing to do with narcissism. I mean, it's true. That's true. And I I have an issue around this for sure. Um, it's For me, it's not so much a fragile ego as she called it at the beginning. For me, it's like a fragile, it's like when you're just like beaten down and down and down and down, and then you're like putting boundaries in maybe not the healthiest way, because you're like, just stop, whatever. That's like the analogy of it. And it's different than having a convoluted sense of self-worth. um Having strong emotions, it's also like the emotional conversation out there. And I really have to like wrap this up probably sooner, because my head is like whooshing so much. But the conversation around emotions is another tough one that she should have a little bit more responsibility around, in how she presents things, because what strong emotions are to many people in the US especially, is not strong emotion that she's probably referring to, or she should be referring to if she's not. And emotions are often labeled as bad, so she needs to like also speak to that and make the difference between strong emotions that are just a fact of life, because that should also be taught, that you're allowed to have emotions. And sometimes strong emotions are brandable. Is that a word? Like, for example, the protest right now. However, if she means the strong emotions of like what happens with like burning cars when you're, protesting, and like the riot part of the protest, that's maybe what she's talking about, giving her the benefit of the doubt that she should make a little bit more clear. But you should have strong emotions. You can yell and protest or whatever. You can be angry. You can have like strong emotions can be very helpful and healthy and stuff. Anyways, but and then the swing, again, I said like it's not just this, and I don't know. I feel like I there's so much I want to say, and when I hear it, I say it, and then I stop, and I'm like, what was I going to say? Should have really just like started with this topic, but we had so much fun with other topics too. And yeah. Anyways,
because it needs to we need to be able to adjust to the shit life throws at us.
oh, this is what I wanted to say. This is not just about someone being modeled a certain way of being. And again, she touches a little bit about this of like what kind of like the militant parent is really often what she sees, and I think just research wise is seen as far as people with narcissistic personality disorder, or even narcissism, is people who, as children, I mean, I've talked about this as far as like Trump, that in the movie The Apprentice, is they kind of show that like his dad kind of um made him feel worthless, and like he could never do enough. And so you start having this, but there's like multiple like things that need to happen, and it doesn't just happen to every single person that gets that way. But like that militant style of like parenting, that like putting people down, the like not showing emotions, being like healthy, all this stuff, um yeah, is like kind of correlated often with narcissistic personality disorder, narcissism. um what was I going to say? What did she say?
It needs to we need to be able to adjust to the shit life throws.
Oh, yeah. It's not just like modeling, and it's not just like being taught, like, oh, you should adjust, you should be flexible with your emotions, you should be flexible with people. Empathy is not being flexible with people and so forth. Not that it seems like she doesn't know what empathy is, but that's just me being snarky, and I don't know. And I don't like her manner of speech. Yeah, sinus pressure from being congested. Did you try the steam method to get rid of the phlegm? No, I tried this. Did I try the steam? I don't think so. Oh, hi CJ. Welcome. No. 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 I don't think I could handle that. I'm not um strong emotionally to handle that. And I don't think she would do that. I'm sorry, like I'll have to look at my thumbnail or whatever to see if like I need to rephrase it, if that like made it sound like that. Because I'm not here for clickbait, um but yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, sorry. Um, oh, okay. Yeah. Um, well, welcome. That's so excited. I'm so excited about your channel too. I was on your live a little earlier too. If everyone hasn't checked CJ out, I've mentioned her before. Like she's finally started her YouTube. Check her out. What was I saying? Um, this like whooshing is like definitely like making it harder. I just like kind of think like, oh my gosh, I'm just so worried about my health. Um, which I mean, technically could be seen as narcissistic in this moment by TikTok. Um, so yeah, so it's not just about modeling, and or like what she's talking about as far as modeling. I mean, she's yeah, what she's saying is true as far as like parents should teach and model really good um relationship to boundaries, to emotions, to life not being perfect and not always going the way that you would want it to go, to that padding that we were talking about. Um, that, you should kind of understand that life and people is not perfect, are not perfect, and it will throw curveballs at you and all the stuff, and to handle them with grace and all that stuff. Great. Yes. I again, in my knowledge, limited knowledge, albeit, of narcissism and narcissistic personality disorder, that does not solve the problem. That does not create the way that she phrases it is not the issue, if that makes sense. Although it can contribute and it for sure can make better human beings. Yeah.
Goes at us in a healthy.
Ugh,
Fascinating
the
to me
ads.
because I don't follow or
Oh
give
my
a fuck
gosh.
about any of the celebrity drama. Need
Where is that? Where are you?
better internet.
Where did you come from? Why did you do that? Okay, sorry.
We can get over speed bumps. They're not walls. And so I think it's a huge part of modeling to your children.
Sorry, I keep thinking when she starts speaking, like the thoughts come. Again, yeah. To her point, I think her next point is much more valid than this one because it's not about modeling, it's about what not to do more. Yeah.
Is that humanity piece and not trying to blind them from it. So many individuals I know who meet criteria for narcissistic disorder were raised by these brutal, militant military men who didn't talk about their emotions, who beat the shit out of them, who just basically was so cold and directive in their childhood that the kids never knew what to do with their emotions. They just compartmentalized them. And then it grew further into, I have to be perfect. This is my ego. If I can't do this, then I don't know where else to go other than to the dark, dark, darkness.
I feel like she's just confusing psychological terms. That to me that sounded like a psychological term stew, or like as we Romanians would call it, like cabbage. Like you're dressed like a cabbage because you're dressed with like a bunch of different layers. I don't know. But that's what it sounded like to me. Like you're talking about very different things at the same time and you're trying to combine them. It's like, okay. Again, I'm not a psychologist. I'm just speaking my opinion and based on my passion for learning psychology. And also, the things that I heard about what she said were there was attachment theory in there, not narcissistic personality disorder.
The kids never knew what to do with their emotions.
That part.
They just compartmentalized them. And then it grew further into, I have to be perfect. This is my ego.
So not having emotion or not being allowed to have emotion, which is why I believe, and I still have not researched this, but I believe that probably the higher percentage of dismissive avoidance are male, because in societies that that socialize males as don't have emotions, don't cry, be tough. Which, I mean, technically, yeah, I guess if you're fighting or whatever, yeah, like being tough is not crying. um, and but that's like more attachment style stuff. It's more, I would say, like soft core psychology, like not something that's really prevalent and kind of stuck to you. And it's more easy to change, more easy to work with, even though like attachment style is also kind of hard to see and accept that, hey, this is not my identity, this is just like how I've learned to cope with life. But it's different than like a disorder, which is a lot more pervasive and like more stuck to you. This is my personal analogy. And um It's not so much about emotions, though. It is about a fragile sense of ego. It's about being put down and being made to feel so extremely worthless that you are in danger if you are in any way flawed. Which is why there is oftentimes people confusing, dismissive avoidant with narcissism, but it's not the same thing. And she's combining those two things. Again, maybe it's just the way that she phrases it, but she does have a freaking responsibility to phrase things better because she went to like so much more school. So much more school. She went through all of the degrees, almost all the degrees that you can get in psychology. She has not gotten a PhD technically. Maybe she should have. Maybe now I understand why maybe you should have more schooling in research rather than just like going straight to the clinical part.
I can't do this, then I don't know where else to go other than to the dark, dark, darkness of how I've always been told emotions are.
Right.
Yeah. So again, that like it's just like rooted in worthlessness. It's just rooted in worthlessness. And we all kind of feel worthless in one way or another, right? Like we all feel not good enough is what I mean. But like it's not about emotions. It's not about like handling emotions. It's about handling flaws. It's about handling that you are not perfect, which is very different than like emotions. Sorry, the more I think about it, I'm like, she got it so like twisted. what what the heck? Because like, yeah, seriously. I want someone, a psychologist, like I'm gonna maybe reach out to Dr. Amen Kaoud or something because she also talks a lot about this. Maybe like she can come on here. Maybe she can be in like my first like whatever. I can't think of the word right now. Co-host or whatever. And talk about this because like there's she could probably can use better words to express what I'm picking up, but I can't really express. Because yeah, it's not the same thing. um Someone who is just like not modeled good emotion handling or management can be it can manifest in a number of ways, but like what she said at the beginning, like militant parents, like a parent that puts the child down, I think is the key. Makes the child feel worthless, like there's nothing that, and if they're worthless, they're in danger. They're in danger of disappointing them, which is like very hard as a child. Because like if you are not loved, like they take affection away from you if you disappoint them, if you didn't get good grades, if this or that, that can, and I don't know if it causes, again, everyone kind of reacts differently, but that kind of level of, you know, um, threat. Like you have to feel like it's life or death, that if you are flawed, you will die. You will die by abandonment, like to an extreme. That's what narcissistic personality disorder is, that extreme. And it's not that, you harm yourself or you harm others, like she was saying. That is just so like damaging for her to say crap like that. Oh, man.
So, do you think that that's what drives a certain type of person to the military?
Interesting. I mean, a judgmental opinion I have of the military is that people are quite lost around the age of 18, and it's an easy way to define who you are and to do something really exciting when
I love how she says what she should say pretty much all the time. My judgmental opinion. She doesn't even have to include judgmental. From what I know, is also, I feel, good enough. to present things like she was saying earlier. She likes to present things as facts just to get her point across. You know, it makes me think of those women that I talked about that wanted to become lawyers, or like this, the one was a lawyer, the other one was like something in finance, because that way men listen to them and otherwise men will not listen to them. And so they need this upper hand, you know? So much trauma in those women that I was like, just see someone. Like, you don't have to suffer for life, because you're still suffering if you're taking these like bypassing measures. Anyways, sorry. But it reminds me of that. Maybe she's like that because it's like this superiority. Couldn't say that word. Kind of place. Not so much maybe narcissism, but with her. But I mean, she seems like it. I mean, there's a lot of things so far, but not that much. I feel like with Blake, we've seen a lot more like signs for it, but we've also seen more of Blake than of her. And also can't diagnose anyone just from, this. Um but yeah, it makes me think of that because it's like she can't say that it's just an opinion. She has to be in a place of authority, and what she says has to be communicated from such like a like stronger than it is, because otherwise she doesn't feel like she'll get listened to, which I can also relate, not in this way, not to this extreme. But yeah, I've been guilty of that too in my own way of um I my reactions tend to be bigger because I already assume that I'm not going to be believed. And she does it in a different way, by like just having the superiority. Gosh, I can't say that word. um that's what I'm saying. Let her talk this way if Blake's team brings her in. Yeah. Well, but people like seem to gravitate towards her and believe her. So, yeah. Oh, and I'm coming really close to that moment. So that orange flag that I said at the beginning, this is like a full-on red flag as far as like if she's going to be testifying at the trial. She out remember, it's kind of like Blake's what was that interview where she says that she goes in, people expect her to be, you know, the actress they hired, and she goes in and basically hijacks. She doesn't say exactly that, but back to that. What publication was that? I don't know why Inquirer comes to mind, or Fathom. I think I was like watching too many. I was on Fandango too much. But yeah. Um and then she says in videos a lot of times it's facts, but then when it was legal paperwork, she like, this isn't facts. It's such a mind buzz. Really? I I just was saying at the beginning, CJ, like I just started down this rabbit hole because I forgot about her, not kind of forgot about her. And I just thought she kind of went away, and it was also triggering watching her stuff. So I just began down this rabbit hole. I'm curious what her end goal is. What does she want? Like, what's her point? What's the point of the way that she handles these things? That she says, yes, this there is absolute video, dash cam video of Justin saying that he is a graper. We need a better word because with my accent, it sounds kind of the same thing. Um, and then if you're by what you're saying that like legal paperwork is like, oh, maybe it's not that factual. Like, I mean, which is not completely wrong as far as what the lawyers say, that, complaints, anyone can say anything, alleging everything. Yeah, they can allege anything, um, if worded a certain way, technically. So I don't know if she means that. She talks a little bit about something like that in here too. Um, but probably that's not what you're talking about that she's saying, or she's not talking about that part of it. These kinds of parents are why young kids feel like they're broken and don't understand how and why. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's sad. That's why like I personally have a lot of empathy for all sorts of different adults and kids and any age that is clearly coming from a place that was not safe, and they develop coping mechanisms, whether it's as extreme as, a personality disorder, because that's what it is. It's coping mechanisms to survive, or um an attachment style or something that's like lighter, so to speak, even though it's not necessarily lighter, but um and yeah, yeah, uh, it's so hard. And yeah, I don't know, it's hard, it sucks, it sucks. There's so yeah, it sucks. Yeah, she does contradict herself. And yeah, I don't know what you said red flag for, but like what's coming up is definitely a red flag. So yeah, so I'm like, my judgmental opinion is what she said. I'm like, why can't you say that when you give your opinion and not, facts? All right, so the next one, we already went through that. There's one around that one. Hold on. Think around here somewhere. No, I'm really sure that YouTube has become worse in the past 2 months with ads. I'm really sure there've never been these many ads. And when you were like loading things or whatever, like they wouldn't. It's coming back. They wouldn't put an ad to it if you preloaded. And now it's like, no, we're going to get you. Remember, I don't know if anyone remembers when ads started on YouTube or like, whatever. And they would, if you would like switch browsers or tabs or something, they would stop the ad and not let you, skip it by watching something else. And now they quickly got the message that wasn't okay, and people, they probably lost a lot of viewers that way. They felt it somehow because they quickly turned around from that. Anyways, she also mentions that she has an iHeartRadio podcast available now. It's called, I forget what it's called. And then she has HBO and Peacock and Oxygen shows or specials or something coming up. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh boy. I mean, it's not anything new. A lot of people talk about Dr. Phil that way, and Dr. Oz. I think Dr. Oz had generally some okay things to say. Dr. Phil, I never agreed with Dr. Phil that I don't know, something about him was like, that was my impression of Dr. Phil's stuff. But I didn't watch it that much. Anyways, so this, I don't remember. I have like such a short note on this one. So let's see what this is about.
In a jury pool or just watch you from the bench or anywhere. But if you ever need someone as a cheerleader to just watch you from afar, to just be like, doing great, please let me know, because I would fucking kill to witness that in real time. That shit is hilarious.
The problem is that, okay, one, the federal cases...
I forgot about that. Hold on.
Shocked. If you felt emotions, that's how the person's family member felt all the time. The anticipation. And just be really quiet again. That might...
Sorry.
Yes. So, juries are real people.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, if I'm describing schizophrenia and I can act
Oh,
it out...
oh no. It happened again. Hold on. That is so weird. That is so strange. Huh. Oh my gosh, my dog scared me again. I forgot she's here again. Hold on. It should be okay. Oh no. What What the heck? That's so strange. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm so sorry about this. This is like the good part too. Sorry, you hear all these little mechanisms. What the heck? Sorry, I just don't have too many hands to like. I should have just put my microphone down, but I'm like, need to be here. Okay, I think I need to switch to. I cannot believe this. This is so strange. Where is the. I don't even remember. I don't even think I have that here. My webcam. All right. I need to put myself somehow here. It's just crazy. All right. Oh. Last time it worked when I switched the USB thing, but all right. Okay. Cool. Well, not okay. Nope. Oh, I know what I did. Okay. All right. I'll just have to be over here. There we go. Something like that. All right, cool. Good night, Anhel. All right.
Or
Take two.
that might be a little better.
Right.
So, like, let's say I had a client who would be very quiet, but then just scream, like, what the fuck? And then just be really quiet again. I might do that on the stand.
I actually didn't see that part. So I was looking at the camera. So she's. Also, this is also Tourette's. But okay. She needs to go away somehow. She needs to not be on a platform.
Do they know you're doing that, or do they think that's just your demeanor?
I might do it and then say after. Say after, you know, like, if you felt shocked, if you felt emotions, that's how the person's family member felt all the time. The anticipation, the never knowing when they were going to scream, not knowing who they were seeing, but they were seeing someone all the time. So if I could find a way to tell the story in a way that, you know, a jury who's getting 12 cents an hour and does not want to be there will listen. Yeah, I'll bring in like jokes, darkness, humor. So I'll stare straight at all of them.
I could.
And that's where, yeah, that's where this lady was saying.
So I'm not saying
that she will be her cheerleader
that I would
or
love
something.
to ever be in a jury pool or just watch you from the bench or anywhere. But if you ever need someone as a cheerleader to just watch you from afar, to just be like, doing great, please.
I mean, they're laughing and they're making jokes. Oh, I looked at the camera again. They're making jokes and they're laughing at some serious stuff. And people on both sides that, I mean, if you're talking about schizophrenia, like, people are suffering on both sides, like, strongly. It also makes me think of Beautiful Mind. Again, like, just mentioning these, like, words as if, like, just all people are just, you know, whatever she's insinuating, harming people. But, like, are you kidding? Like,
please let me know, because I would fucking kill to witness that in real time. That shit is hilarious.
The problem is
think it's my, I don't know, something's smelling like burning. Nothing's like hot. That is so weird. I don't know. I'll let you know if there's any issues. Because I've been on for longer than this, I think. But yeah, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, like you're joking about this like so casually, and these people are hurting, and you're saying that that stuff is hilarious, that you're not mocking, like she's trying to prove a point, she's trying to not create empathy per se, but like trying to like what the trying to yeah, I guess like just make people understand if they don't understand, but like it just doesn't seem professional in any kind of way. Like I've lost my words. I don't even know how to explain my
There's
thoughts.
that. Okay, one, the federal cases are not public, so no one can
Right.
see. And then all these like high-end rich-ass people settle. They all settle. So we get to the point of deposition. I'm like on the steps of the courthouse and they settle. It's all manipulation and tactic.
Isn't it amazing? Could you imagine if we just could get to a point where we wouldn't be able to manipulate people with money and everyone didn't have a number?
Oh, someone should tell Blake Lively that. Someone should tell Dr. Leslie Dobson or whatever her name is, supporting Blake Lively that. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? That people that have a lot of money, and again, I feel like in Blake's case, it's not just money, it's the power. They, wouldn't do that. Yeah, that would be nice.
The tap dancing of the legal system, that's also been one very disappointing thing as I've climbed in my professional career, is to see how fake lawsuits are all the way to the end, to see the manipulation of information. Even if I'm hired as a rebuttal witness to tear up another psychologist, rules are made to be broken. Rules are made to be interpreted. There's no such thing as an actual rule.
Right. Yeah.
That is the red flag that I was talking about as far as her character as a character witness or whatever.
I've seen that with the law, and I also am a big fan of asking for forgiveness, not permission.
Yes.
Wait for it.
It's done now. You can't do anything.
Wait for it.
They've heard it. Good luck.
Right.
Yeah.
When they say like, oh, strike that from the record. Okay. Well,
Okay, but I heard it.
You just heard it, but okay.
I hate that this commercial came on right now because I was trying to make a point, and what did I say? We actually had some other commercials, but here's this commercial back. It's not a coincidence. I don't know what it means, but it's not a coincidence. Anyways, let me play that back again. So this is like, keep in mind that she could potentially take the stand, even though she also says like, they're likely going to settle, blah, 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 blah. But she basically insinuated, they both did, that if she takes the stand, she's going to say whatever she feels like saying, even if it's stricken from the record, even if there's objections, blah, blah, blah. But the people heard it already. So, whoops, can't take it back. So, where's her ethics? I was about to scream, but it's too late for that. Let me play this again. From wherever.
Yeah. Even if I'm hired as a rebuttal witness to tear up another psychologist, rules are made to be broken. Rules are made to be interpreted. There's no such thing as an actual rule.
Right. Yeah. I've seen that with the law. And I also am a big fan of asking for forgiveness.
Seen that with the law. I mean, again, this is, sorry, I looked at the camera. This is this lady, Kelsey or whatever. Not Leslie, but I mean, they're kind of in sync, right? So rules are meant to be broken. This person saying, I've seen that with the law.
not permission.
Yeah.
Ask for permission later.
It's done now. You can't do anything about it. They've heard it. Good luck.
Right. When they say like, oh, strike that from the record. Okay. Well, there's
Okay, but
12
I
people
heard
who
it.
just heard it, but okay.
Yeah, the jury is to discount what they just heard. Okay. When's the last time you ever have told somebody, don't remember that? They immediately go, that's the thing I'm going to hold on to. What are we doing?
I've not been on a jury, but I believe this stuff would discredit you from being on a jury, or should. Like, not this particular, but like something similar. It also should discredit her from being a witness and a character witness or whatever. Not a character witness. What is it? Not a professional. Whatever. The forensic psychology part. She literally, but like Blake Lively did allegedly. Not really allegedly. I mean, she said it in her own words. Forbes. That was the interview. Blake Lively said at Forbes, she incriminated herself, not just for this case, but in general as an actress that is like, yeah, I go in, them expecting me to be the actress that they hired me as. And I kind of switch it up on them. And is this hot? Gosh, I don't know. Maybe the camera, like, it's not supposed to overheat, but anyways, sorry. It smells like burned plastic, so it's not always like nice. Nothing's smoking or anything, and everything's kind of unplugged now. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, she basically like incriminated herself as not an ethical professional, someone who is not credible, that will say, we don't know what she'll say, but she'll say things just to get reactions or just to put it out there, and people can't unhear what they heard, even if like technically it's stricken from the record. Like, and this is like kind of Blake Lively's approach. They have to, I don't know if CJ, if you're still here, and if you did anything like this, if anyone has done a deep dive or like an investigation, if LC, whoever, like if they're connected, if they're like, knowing each other or whatever, if Lively's team kind of hired her or whatever, but like, it's like the same tactic. Blake Lively put it out there. She put her complaint. You can't unhear that. You can't unsee that. You can't unknow that, what she said. So for Justin to have done the counter suit, even though it's denied or whatever, I can't think of right now, at least like he got his words. And yeah, like it works both ways, but yeah, at least like he got, some words to us, public opinion wise. But this is so like just really bad for a forensic psychologist to say that she'll say stuff on the stand. Better ask for or for apologies after. This is what Kelsey said, but echoing what Leslie was saying. I don't agree, and I don't like them. Yeah. Will do, Maria. If he does settle with her, she has to publicly admit that she lied and manipulated. Yeah, like, I don't not see a settlement, because I should say there might not be a settlement, but there might not be a trial is what I see. I have no idea what that means. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know. It's like, it's anyone's guess how this will go completely right now. Exactly. I would dismiss her words and I wouldn't take her words to heart. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, on a good day. But someone, if they find a jury that doesn't see this stuff, that doesn't know any of this, and who's going to see this? Because my chat, like, you're 5 people over here watching this, 8 earlier. This is a tiny channel. Maybe people will pick it up. Like maybe CJ, you'll do something. Maybe Lauren will do more. LC, like people will start digging into this, and maybe they'll find this, and so forth. But it's still like it's small potatoes here, and in the greater scheme of things, it's small potatoes also. Not every single person in this country, in a way, thankfully, as far as like not, what do you call that? Infecting jury selection or whatever they call it. Um, so, gosh, why is that so hard? Like, so to not have that, that's like good, I guess, but also like they should show this stuff if they can as like evidence or whatever they can, like, but yeah, oh gosh, this was my red flag. This was not why I started jotting down notes, because I felt like even the earlier stuff was like, oh, this is something to talk about. But once I hit this, because I almost didn't even hit this, because I was like, oh, this is too much. I was like, this needs to be out there because it's really relevant to this freaking case right now. If she's potentially part of it in any way, as far as like forensic psychology or whatever, she better not be the one that evaluated Blake's mental health or whatever. Like, she literally can. Oh, she. I'm still kind of confused why she is practicing or has a license but isn't part of the APA. I'm very confused by that. Anyways, no, sorry. And but I slightly worry about this burnt plastic smell. So I don't think I. Quick says, am I allowed to appoint myself? And I guess I can show you this one. It's a really quick one. Asked on this. Where is it? Over here.
Of saying anything as stupid or as that. Appoint myself, chair of the Federal Reserve.
Exactly.
Stop.
And that's why
Oh my
these lawyers are
Don't
so
get
good
a
at
HELOC
lining up
until you know about
aliases,
it.
choosing what they say for.
Stop. Oh my God. It's like put the recording, but I want to say goodnight. Can you hear me now? It seems like it's back on. Yeah, maybe that's like what's smelling like burning, but that's really odd because the Wi-Fi tower wasn't hot, but the coincidence seems to be there. Anyways, I don't remember what I was saying. I don't know when I stopped. Oh, protein and fiber and Trump. I don't know if you got any of that, but I will talk about the protein versus fiber on Monday. And yeah. So, yeah. That was a little anticlimactic. Yeah, anticlimactic. But yeah, this was kind of fun. I really enjoyed the conversation starters at the beginning and the tangents that we took, and or that I took. Well, no, we took. And yeah, this crazy story that just started with this so-called doctor, which again, I'm like, technically, yes, she's, through a doctorate, a doctor, but I still will leave the quotations because I think ethics should also count towards something. So, anyways, that's kind of it. I'll see you guys Monday. Happy Saturday now. Happy solstice day. This came fast. I feel like this should happen in July because it just started feeling like summer. And yeah, not ready for the like longest day of the year. But yeah, happy Saturday, happy weekend, happy Friday, happy solstice, happy whatever if you're celebrating something. And yeah, good night. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. Peace, love, and compassion. And I don't even know what else to say with this lady. Yeah, critical thinking, empathy. Did I say empathy? Empathy. Cool. Bye.